My microphone working? Oh, I can tell it's working. Can you hear me? Somebody turn it up louder. I call this special town meeting of the town of Lunenburg to order. It's the 14th of November, 2023. I declare that we have a quorum in this town that is 50 voters. The warrant has been properly served and returned to the town clerk's office. Please stand now and join me in addressing the flag, reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As always, I'd like to give out a lot of thank yous to the volunteers, both appointed and elected, who work tirelessly for this wonderful town of ours. And if you'd like a chance to get involved, there is on the town website, there is at the town manager's office. It used to be canary yellow. I'm not really sure if it still is, but this is the talent bank form. If you look at this, there are more committees than we have volunteers for. We need a lot of people. I know we need somebody else on the finance committee because I serve on appointing that. But if you look at this, if you're interested in green, if you're interested in conservation, if you're interested in finance, there are elderly, there are so many things that would pique your interest, and we would love to have you volunteer for the town. And you can see Heather at the town manager's office if you need more information. The next thing I would like to do is to explain to you the electronic voting again. By now you all have a clicker. That's what I'm going to call it. The purpose of the clicker is to make sure that we reflect a very accurate vote. For many reasons, people don't necessarily want to raise their hand and show whether they're in support or opposed to a certain article, but this allows people to vote anonymously. So once the debate has ended, I'll declare it's time to vote. I'll say something to the effect of voting is now open, and I'll ask you to use your clickers in favor or opposed at that particular time. We don't take turns. You vote all at the same time, whether you're in favor or opposed. Don't start voting until I say begin. The clicker will display an A for yay or a B for nay. The light will display and tell you that your vote has been sent, it's been received, and it's counted. If you hit the wrong button by mistake, just simply hit the right button before I close the voting. Because once voting is closed, then you won't be able to vote, obviously, any longer. But the results will be on the screen. And you don't need to point it at any device. It's not line sensitive. So you can't share the clickers, and you have to be in the room when you vote. And basically, we're going to do most of the voting using the clickers. Every once in a while, there might be something that's simply a voice vote, which is, just for some things that are very, very simple. So we're going to show you how it works right now. So I believe my able assistant is going to you want to have them just push their clicker first to make sure everybody's working? Okay, so hit your button, A or nay, doesn't matter now, just to make sure that you get some kind of a light. So I hit A, and I saw an A. Okay. Your number's on the back. So I can see I should be number 1, of course, but I'm apparently number 6, wherever that was. Totally gone now. All right. We do not, we are taking your name when we make sure we give you a clicker because we want it back, but we're not correlating that with your vote. So it's not like later somebody can say you voted this way or you voted that way. We're not correlating those results. Okay, so I think she has posted a question for you to answer tonight so you can test how this works. So what's the question, my friend? If I had posed a question, it would have been something like, should we replace Bill Belichick during the season? But I'm not going to do that. Okay. Here's the question. Will the Bruins defeat the Sabres tonight? So let's see how many people say yes and how many people say no. Voting is open, I should say that, right? Okay. Voting is open, yep. Okay. You can see down here, people are voting. So let's assume now voting is closed, and what are the results? 71 say they will, 18 said no, 89 people voted. Simple enough, right? I hope there are no questions about the electronic voting. We've done it for a few years now. Okay. Now this is an open meeting, so if a board or committee, finance or the select board, defer their vote, I will ask them to discuss the matter at their microphones, and then I'll ask them to do a roll call vote so you know where they stand on any particular issue. These are the ground rules for the meeting. Please remove your hat indoors in the presence of the American flag. Turn off all your noisemakers, your cell phones, your beepers, etc. If anybody has a beeper anymore, I don't know. That includes verbal noisemakers that are inappropriate for civil debate. So I mean no booing, hissing, hollering, that type of thing. Those wishing to speak should be coming up to the microphone. You state your name, your street address. I will attempt to get to everybody in order, but I may take the select board, the finance committee out of order if it makes sense to do so. If you have a physical limitation, someone near you can go get the microphone and bring it over to you. The only time anybody should be standing and addressing the body would be if there's a point of order, which means it's a legal, procedural type question. All amendments to any articles, any questions, any discussions should all be addressed to me, and I will seek an answer for you from the moving party, the select board, etc. When you're speaking, don't refer to people by their specific names. Instead, you should refer to them as the moving party, the previous speaker, the member of the select board, etc. Proposed amendments to articles, more than a simple word change, need to be in writing, and the forms are at the microphones, and amendments need to be within the scope of the article. Moving the question cuts off debate. Must be at the microphone, must be seconded, and it is not debatable. 2/3 vote to end debate. And I will rule it out of order if I feel there's too many people who still wish to speak. You may also move for reconsideration of a vote. That requires a majority to move to reconsider it. It must be close in time to the original vote, and it must be the attendance still basically the same, can't have changed considerably. Lunenburg conducts this business according to Mass General Law, follows the procedures that are set out in town meeting time. There are copies of this book available to you at the Lunenburg Library. Kind of similar to Robert's Rules of Order. Anybody who wants to accomplish anything at this meeting, I would encourage you to contact me, contact the town manager's office. All of these rules, all of these procedures are designed to keep things orderly, but we're not trying to exclude anybody who's not familiar with the procedures. So let me know, let Heather know if you have anything that you'd like to accomplish at this meeting or at any other meeting. We will try to be helpful. So we're going to begin now with the consent calendar. I believe the consent calendar is before you, up on the overhead. Consent calendar is a series of articles that we've decided when I met with town officials that seem to be relatively non-controversial, rather routine. So we'll take them as one vote, and I will read them to you. I'll be looking for a second and when I'm finished reading. So number 1, I move that the town meeting advance for consideration Articles 2, 7, and 8. Okay. Article 2, that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,423.52 for the payment of prior year expenses. Article 7, that the town vote to transfer from the sewer enterprise retained earnings the sum of $1,851.30 into the Sewer Reserve Capacity Stabilization Fund, and that the town vote to transfer from the sewer enterprise retained earnings the sum of $5,340 into the Sewer Inflow Infiltration Stabilization Fund. Is there a second? Okay. And this is something that requires a 9/10 vote at special town meeting because it is paying any prior year's expenses. And we'll do this by a voice vote, but if there are enough people who object, we'll take it and take them back in their usual order. But all those in favor of the consent calendar, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Nay. There was one nay, but it carries by more than 9/10, and I so declare. Moving on to Article 1, Mr. Jeffries.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $319,000 as follows. To line number 13, Reserve Fund, the sum of $200,000. To line number 13A, Salary Reserve, the sum of $99,000. To line number 31, Town Clerk Salary, the sum of $20,000, for a total increase of $319,000 in the amount raised and appropriated under Article 7 of the May 6, 2023 Annual Town Meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Finance Committee, your recommendation.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Approval. Thank you. And Select Board.
Select Board recommends approval.
Thank you. Tell us about this, or probably the town manager. Is this on the green sheet here, town manager?
Yes,
Excellent.
it is.
I love the color. Okay, town manager, tell us about this article.
Good evening, everyone. And this, like the town moderator said, if you can refer to your green handout and with the title of FY24 Budget Adjustments. This slide shows all the budget adjustments being recommended tonight for the fiscal year 2024. This article is typically an article in the fall special town meeting warrant to make all necessary budget adjustments to the current fiscal year. Since the annual town meeting in May, the state finalized the state budget, which impacted the cherry sheet offset figure and state assessment on the expenditure side by a total increase of $55,606, and increased the cherry sheet revenue by $119,780. Also, our new growth figure is $200,000 more than the estimate used at the annual town meeting. The budget adjustments you are being asked to approve in this article include an increase of $200,000 to the reserve fund line to capture the additional new growth into a fund that can be used for unanticipated expenses, which is often is used at annual town meeting towards the snow and ice deficit, or it will close out at the end of the year towards free cash. This article also amends the salary reserve fund by $99,000 to address wage adjustments for this fiscal year, including the clerical union article under Article 3, and any future salary adjustments during the fiscal year that are needed, including the non-union employees and the salary administration plan that is expected to be brought forth by the Personnel Committee at the annual town meeting. The last adjustment is for the town clerk salary to reflect an adjustment after a wage analysis of comparable towns was conducted.
That's all?
I have. Yes.
Fantastic. You said it would be a short presentation. I love it. All right, anybody up at the microphones? Go ahead. Is that microphone on? No? Nope, still not on. I'll bet there's a switch up there. There you go.
Ron DeLisio, 181 Reservoir Road. I'm going to vote in favor of this article. I have no problem with the numbers. What I do have a problem with and a question about is the manner in which the select board took it upon themselves to take a vote in executive session to give a raise to the town clerk, which is a position that answers directly to the taxpayers. I don't think this was a justified move, and it's something someone could easily challenge with an open meeting law violation. I specifically remember a few years back voting in favor of keeping the town clerk an elected position and I think the select board should be more careful when dealing with a position that they have that is not under their purview. Thanks.
Thank you. Sir?
Mr. Moderator, good evening and happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you.
I want to thank Rhonda for what you said. I'm probably both doing the same thing. As an elected official, I think everyone should deserve to get paid. As an elected official, in the case of the town clerk, I thought that has to be done through a vote of all the people here, not behind closed doors in executive session. To me, that is awful. You're breaking everything that we have set up. It shouldn't have happened that way. So, Mr. Moderator, through you and maybe with legal, was that a legal thing to do?
Okay, well, let's ask
Thank you.
anybody from the select board or town council that might want to address that. Mr. Franco?
Yes, I would just say that, while I appreciate the comments, I would say that this is the process by which this sees the light of day, and people can either support it or not support it or put in an amendment, and so it's not as though it was approved and it's imposed upon the town without the town having any feedback on it. This is the time for feedback. That's all I would say. It's a
Thank you.
public open process. It only made it to the floor from executive session.
Thank you. Go ahead, I'll let you follow up.
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. I would just like to say executive session is a privilege that I think was abused in this situation. Let's just leave it at that.
You guys need to be at different microphones.
I know.
That's the tall one and that's the short one. Go ahead, sir.
Mr.
Follow up.
Moderator, thank you. Mr. Franco, that really doesn't make sense because if we approve it tonight, it's done. And again, she does deserve a raise. She may get $25,000. The point is the procedure and how it happened. So right now, if we okay this, it's done and the deal was done in the back door. Is that correct?
Well, it can be amended. Somebody can submit an amendment.
Okay, so I'll submit an amendment. But I'm just saying is, don't forget what happened here. It was approved by your board, and if it was approved tonight, nobody would have said anything. That's what I guess you're trying to miss the point. The procedure of it was done wrong. That's all. Thank you. And how do we do an amendment, Mr. Moderator?
Okay, read the amendment to us first.
I didn't write anything yet.
Oh, well,
I just don't I want to give her a raise. So do we take it out of the budget, or was there any laws broken here? Was the procedure done right? We just went through a year of heck here in this town with all kinds of stuff being thrown around. I want to make sure we're doing this right. So what is the right way? And again, I refer to the town council.
Okay, so it does sound like
Not
maybe
Mr.
you're
Jeffries,
raising
town
a
council.
question that we should ask town council about when
So-
Heather's not whispering in his ear.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Moderator.
we'll let Michael Ray, Mr. Jeffries address it as well.
All right, I can also address this. So, all of our employees in town, every single one of them with the exception of the town clerk, is covered by either the personnel committee as an SAP employee or by a union. The town clerk is the only exception. And so the way to improve the town clerk's pay is through a specific budget article increase. And that is exactly what this is. So the select board does have certain rights when it comes to executive session, when it comes to things that usually related to salary negotiations, things of that nature. We do not enter executive session lightly, and we do not do it very often. What occurred in this case was I asked for a comp analysis of the town clerk's pay. And what we identified from that comp analysis is you look at surrounding communities, you look at comparable towns, and you evaluate what they pay similar positions. And what was identified was that our town clerk is underpaid, the lowest paid, and underpaid by at least 30-something%. I think the percentage came out to almost 40. And so what we have tonight is a budget article that has to go through town meeting. There's no backdoor dealings. This is in front of the people today for a vote. And the request is to bring the town clerk's salary to a median amount. This is the usual process we follow as we negotiate contracts with our unions, and is the usual process that the personnel committee follows as well. So, the pay increase tonight, in my view, is appropriate. There was certainly nothing done backdoor, and this will allow us to provide compensation to our town clerk that is fair, that's reasonable, and that's on par with what other town clerks are paid.
Thank you. Mr. Alonso, I'll get to you. Mr. Alonso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I think there's two issues that are really not overlapping. So the issue before the town meeting is the very out in the open $20,000 increase in the town clerk's salary. It's here. You can vote for it. You can not vote for it. You can make amendments, et cetera, et cetera. To the point of whether the select board should have gone into executive session, I was very vocal when I found out that it had done, because it was done when I wasn't even at a meeting, so I wasn't in that executive session. And I said then, and I say now, that I thought it was improper. I thought it was an improper use. It's not a salary negotiation, because I don't think that the town clerk submitted any paperwork to us in countering or offering or anything. It was taken upon this board to just raise the salary. We certainly have that right. I believe that should have been done in open session, and there was no reason to do it in executive session, not any that I know of. And, you know, the salary is, it's an elected position, the only elected position that has a monetary value, and it should have been done in open session since there's no negotiation with anybody that I know of at least. So, but what you're being asked to vote on is here. It's open. So that's really, they're two separate issues.
Thank you. Back to you, sir.
Mr. Moderator, I thank you. Mr. Alonso, I thank you for that as well. I guess the point is, I think everyone here will be in favor of giving the town clerk a raise. The way it was done was wrong. That's what I have a disagreement. And Mr. Jeffries, you can say what you want, but all you had to do is bring it out in an open meeting and say, hey, this is what we're doing. But you decided to do it in executive session. And that's where I think our town council, if I'm wrong, Mr. I'm sorry, name's right there, I can't do it. If I'm wrong, let me know. But as an elected official, it's not an employee. I was on the personnel committee for 5 years. This is an elected official that we all should have had the right to have our voice on. And you took that away from us. Thank you.
Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. So, town council, I think they're calling on asking you about the legality of doing it in executive session. So I'll ask you to opine on that.
So respectfully, Mr. Moderator, I'm not sure that it's appropriate to give an opinion from the stage on whether an open meeting law violation occurred that is subsidiary to the issue that's before the body. So let me say that, you know, in my role as town council, as I think members of the public body understand, I don't attend every selectmen's meeting, every select board meeting. So this is the first time even hearing of the background to Article 1. I'm not going to offer an opinion from the stage as to whether an open meeting law violation occurred without knowing all the facts before I do so. Having said that, the issue that's before town meeting is whether or not to make the budgetary amendments. Whether there was an improper process that preceded that would not invalidate, in my opinion, the action the town meeting would take, either to approve Article 1 or to reject Article 1.
Thank you. All right, I don't see anybody else up at the microphone, so I think we're ready to vote. No, you can't. Hold on a sec, Mr. Passios. Again, raise your hand, so then I'll see you. Did he raise his hand? Oh, everybody says you did. I'm obviously looking away from you intentionally, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, Mr. Passios, go ahead.
Yeah, Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. If anybody is really seriously concerned about that process, your path is to file a complaint with the Ethics Commission if you want a determination. That process is still open to you, but tonight we're just voting on the dollar amount, which I think the general conversation has been that it's deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Passios, and I apologize for not seeing you. Okay, anybody else? Good, I think we're ready to vote. So using your clickers, all those in favor of Article 1 will push A for yes, and those that are opposed will push B for no. And you all voting is open now, and you may begin all pushing at the same time. Well, a few people have joined us since we did our straw poll. Yeah. Always nice. Of course, it'd be nice if we had 250 or 237. Okay, I'm going to declare that voting is closed. What are the results? How did Article 1 do? 126 in favor, 13 opposed out of 139. Article 1 passes. Moving on, Article 2 was in the consent calendar. We'll skip over that. Article 3, Mr. Alonso.
I move that the town vote to transfer from Article 7 of the May 6, 2023 annual town meeting, line number 13A, salary reserve, the sum of $58,431.03 to fund the first year of the FY24, FY25, and FY26 Lunenburg Municipal Employees Collective Bargaining Agreement dated July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026 with AFSCME Council 93.
Is there a second?
Second.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Select Board.
Recommends approval.
Thank you. You tell us about this, Mr. Alonso, or the town manager giving a presentation?
Well, I will just give a brief summary. This is the
Go right
clerical
ahead.
union. This is the clerical union contract that was negotiated, and I will leave it to the town manager to discuss particulars.
Excellent.
Thank you. This article is requesting approval for the funding for the first year of a 3-year collective bargaining agreement with the clerical union. When the town goes into negotiations, we have consistently looked at wage data from comparable communities. We collected wage data from Ayr, Groton, Leicester, Littleton, Rutland, Townsend, West Boylston, and Westminster. The compensation analysis did in fact indicate the positions within this bargaining unit were severely lower than the comps collected. Based on comparable towns and positions, the current rates in the Lunenburg Clerical Collective Bargaining Unit are paid anywhere between 8% to 20% below the average hourly rate of those positions in towns surveyed. We've talked a lot about retention and recruitment lately, if anyone's attended or viewed the select board meetings. The town wants to retain the employees we have and be able to recruit applicants to fill those vacancies. If wages for the same position are well below other towns, retaining employees and recruiting applicants will continue to be a challenge. In order to address the pay disparities, the agreement we reached includes market adjustments in all 3 years. Year 1 of the agreement includes a 2.5% cost of living adjustment and a 6% market adjustment for all employees in the bargaining unit. Year 2 includes a 2.5% cost of living adjustment and a 3% market adjustment for certain positions, grades 4, 5, 6, and 9. And year 3 of the agreement includes a 2.5% cost of living adjustment and a 3% market adjustment for those same positions, 4, 5, 6, and 9. This article is to request funding the cost of year 1, and the projected impact for year 1 is $58,431. The projected impact for year 2 is $74,348, and the projected impact for year 3 is $61,450. And that concludes.
That's it? Okay. Article 3, anyone at the microphone? Anyone raising their hand? Up, way up there. Come on down.
Good evening, John Bowen. Jean Marie Price, my wife is up there. 162 Highland Street.
Yep.
Just concerned with regard to the actual increases. The 2.5% COLA increase is well below average, well below standard. Now, I understand that these were already an allocated agreement that's been made with the AFSCME, and that they've made a decision of determination. However, Mr. Jeffries and Heather have, Ms. Lemieux, I can never say your last name, forgive me.
Lemieux.
I know.
Lemieux.
Have made, it clear, okay, that employees here are grossly underpaid. Now, the stabilization fund, outside of any other kind of money, can be used to be able to pay wages. And I don't think that I'm incorrect with that, to be able to increase wages. The issue that we have in town, in particular with employees, is keeping employees, okay? So there are a number of factors. One, We have retirees in town, our seniors, who are paying, giving their time, volunteering, to be able to get a tax break on their taxes every year, okay, for the town, okay? And they're being overworked by not being able to hire employees. These numbers are so substantially low to the existing economy that we have nationally, not just nationally, but even within this state, where in the last year, inflation has been 8%. When you look at that number, and you look at the increases of that number over a period of time in a collective bargaining unit, okay, I myself have a little bit of experience with that, being a union organizer for local Glazers 1044 in Boston for a number of years, okay, also acting as a SALT and converting non-union companies over to prevailing rate companies, okay? The situation that you have here is that you have very low wage paid people, okay, in this town who are leaving at a rate that is not comparing to the other towns. They go into other towns. You lost a director of DPW to Gardner because Gardner was paying more money and Rob left. Now you have Bill, who's willing to take what little pay you're willing to give him, Heather, to be able to, do the work that's necessary. The problem is that there's a lot of pet projects that are going on where money should be transferred, okay, not to a pet project or to a project, but to wages, okay? When we have people in town who are working to balance everything in town to make sure that all offices are operating effectively and functioning properly, everything else can happen after the fact. Instead of doing projects, we should be investing our money in wages. And that means that in these collective bargaining units, okay, of which this gentleman here said something about transparency, I understand, okay, but any state employee, your wages are not unknown to everybody. Just ask the Boston Herald. They post it every year, okay? Is that, people have to be able to work, pay their bills, and receive a decent wage. You want to keep people? Don't do no 2.5% COLA increase. What's that, Social Security? That's what that is, okay? That's not actual inflation to the actual domestic product that we have here in this state, okay? The gross domestic product of what we take in to what the cost of goods and services are, okay? That's what that should be reflected. I just wanted to make mention of that, but I also want people to know that ARPA funding is for projects. ARPA funding could not even be used to increase wages or do wages. So anything that has to do with ARPA funding can't be used for wages, but anything with stabilization funding can come from us. Don't we want to have people in this town making a decent wage? Of course we do. Who doesn't want that? We all want a decent wage. Let people feed their families. And let people feed their families by giving them a reasonable amount of money to be able to do so. At the same time, it's benefiting the community by keeping people. This town has such a turnover rate, it's disgusting. And it's disgusting where they're going, 2 towns away, Ashburnham, Lancaster.
I got to ask you to sort of wrap it up.
So my point is that I'm not against the collective bargaining agreement because it has been already discussed, okay, with regard to the clerical people. But I'm telling you right now, that is going to be the most pathetic thing that I have ever seen. And that people should not be basing themselves on a 2.5% increase. A tipped person at Dunkin' Donuts makes more money than that in a week.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else on Article 3? Seeing no one, I'll declare that we're ready to vote on Article 3. I should mention, across the top, it'll tell you that it's a majority vote. On the last vote...
Mr. Moderator? Sorry, you turned around.
Oh, I didn't see you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you're
I'm
okay.
really getting blind
That's okay.
tonight. I got to get some food.
I have a quick question, so on a log with 91 Main Street. Aside from the monetary adjustment to the salary, was there any changes in benefits?
Are you referring to health benefits or anything like that? No.
Just the structure of benefits. Is everything of the contract the same? I mean, I know we're talking, this is a...
There's no other monetary impact for benefits.
Right, so the contract has, aside from the monetary, has the structure of the contract changed?
There's a number of provisions that changed within the contract, but nothing financial that would have a financial impact. That would be no.
Oh, yeah, be quick this time. And you shouldn't go so far away.
I just wanted to know, so...
No, get to the microphone, give us your name again, because we're recording you.
Sorry. So I just want to know, the 58,000, 74,000, 61,000, how much is that split up between how many employees, Heather?
17.
So 17. So can somebody do the math for me, because I don't have to break out my phone? Can somebody tell me what 58,431 divided by 17 is? Let's see what the real cost is of this increase that people are getting. And the police department, the fire department, and the other union organizations in this town, okay, will agree with me that that's pathetic.
Okay, thank you. You were going to be
What was
brief.
the number?
No, sir. You can't just have a debate with the people sitting in the audience,
I
sorry.
want somebody to get the number for it.
That's okay. You can ask somebody when you get back to your seat, but we can't have a group discussion about these things. Very good. Okay, anybody else on Article 3? All right. I was trying to point out, it'll tell you up here what you have to have a majority in this particular one. I didn't mention that on Article 1, which did get some debate, it was 2/3. The vote was 126 to 13, so it was more than 2/3, okay? So, on Article 3, we're ready to vote. Voting is now open. You have your clickers. Have at it. All right, looks like a couple of people decided to vote on this one, did not vote or came in later. So I declare that the voting is now closed. All those in favor of Article 3, 132 versus 11, majority vote. The Article 3 passes, and I so declare it. Okay, moving on to Article 4. Ms. Emke.
I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $986,000 from the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund to pay for a new ambulance to replace Rescue 1 and 2 new dump trucks to replace the 2 decommissioned dump trucks.
There is second. Second. Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends disapproval 3-2.
Thank you. And Select Board.
Select Board recommended approval.
Thank you. Ms. Emke, you going to tell us about this? Oh, I think Mr. Jeffries might be telling us about this. Go right ahead, sir.
Good evening. All right. I don't have any slides. A lot of this is verbal to explain it. Last winter and fall, the Capital Planning Committee met over several months. They vetted several requests, and they produced a capital plan that included the 2 dump trucks and the ambulance we are discussing tonight. These were planned and expected expenses and were prioritized through the normal budgeting and capital planning process. And then January happened, and we all learned of extraordinary tax increases on about 10% of our residents. The town has 7 large trucks used for plowing. Last winter, we were down 4 of them, and the 2 we had on order had an expected delivery in 2024. As all municipalities in the Commonwealth have a fiscal year that begins on July the 1st, there's an annual purchasing rush that happens each summer, and we were advised by vendors that in order to replace the remaining 2 needed trucks would likely arrive in late 2025 if ordered in or after July. Also, our town has 2 working ambulances, and we lost one due to an accident for almost half the year. The backlog to manufacture and retrofit a new ambulance had us on course for a 2025 or later delivery if ordered after July. As your elected executive, the Select Board, we all understand that our collective work and sacrifice is for the betterment of our community, and it's simply inexcusable to not use every available resource to maintain necessary services for residents. such as plowed roads and emergency response. So the Select Board committed ARPA funds to expedite the purchasing of 2 large trucks and an ambulance prior to the start of the fiscal year so that we as a community would not be unnecessarily delayed in receiving emergency responses and appropriately plowed roads. This then took $986,000 out of the recommended capital plan. We diverted all 986 of those funds, plus another 300 and something thousand, to provide our neighbors and friends with needed relief through the abatement process. The capital plan and annual budget that passed at this year's annual town meeting reflected this. The Select Board did not and does not believe that these purchases were a best use of ARPA funds. To best understand why the Select Board has put this article into this year's town meeting to fund an ambulance and 2 dump trucks with special purpose stabilization funds, a fund that was established to purchase costly vehicles such as these, I think we need to be on the same page about ARPA, and more specifically CLFRF funds are and how the town can use them. So to explain, the federal government's American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA, includes a program titled the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. ARPA provides a $350 billion investment into states, territories, counties, cities, and tribal governments. Massachusetts received $8.7 billion and distributed $3.4 billion to municipalities. The town of Lunenburg received $3.5 million. The ARPA funds that the town received has 4 eligible use categories. 1, to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses and nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. 2, to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers. 3, for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency. And 4, to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. Lunenburg does not have the type of costly public infrastructure that municipalities with large populations do, so most of our public health and safety costs didn't skyrocket, and those that increased were mostly reimbursed by the CARES Act. There was also some operational savings when buildings were closed to staff and the public. The result is that the pandemic did not have a negative immediate impact on the town's coffers. It was quite the opposite. Through the strength of the town's manager's conservative budget planning and the generally healthy financial position of the town and its residents, the town received its expected revenue and had record amounts of money available to invest in our local capital projects. This was $1.68 million in fiscal year 22 and $2.16 million for fiscal year 23. The $3.5 million that the town received through CLFRF or ARPA is uniquely similar to a grant, in that it does not require an appropriation from town meeting to distribute. Rather, the distribution of funds is through the executive, which in our town is the Select Board. The Select Board approached this deliberatively. We engaged in a public process that solicited and invited requests from community organizations, elected and appointed boards, committees, and town departments. The board discussed the criteria, and all members received emailed links to the Department of Treasury program overviews. After screening a list of requests, we invited every requester under consideration to provide a detailed presentation before the Select Board. The board was flexible and considered new requests beyond the submission deadline last summer, and we took weeks and up to a year to make determinations. The first eligible use is to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts. The board evaluated that businesses were eligible for greater funding through other government programs, that households were supplemented by enhanced unemployment benefits, and that we would make funding available for local nonprofits. The Select Board provided $20,000 for the Lunenburg Food Pantry, the exact amount that they requested, and $75,000 to the Lunenburg Boys and Girls Club. Since we were able to fill scheduling needs with overtime and those costs were reimbursed by the CARES Act, the board committed $15,241 for public safety staff hours, COVID-19 tests, and an additional $6,929 for remote meeting costs and consulting, and $50,750 for public safety equipment. The second eligible use is premium pay to eligible workers. The Select Board decided to not provide premium pay. In short, the list of eligible employees is expansive and includes what seems like every occupation that interacted with another person or participated in commerce. Grocery store employees, mortuary affairs professionals, laundromat staff, dentists, clinicians, pharmacists, maintenance personnel, sanitation workers, public health workers, municipal employees, election workers, school employees, and so on. The Select Board decided to not be arbiters of who performed the most noble and needed services. I'd like to come back to the third eligible use. The fourth eligible use is to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. The Select Board committed $285,000 to the Water District to perform PFAS public education, a PFAS master plan, and a treatment pilot at the Keating Well. We also committed $100,000 to replace sewer manhole covers. We are permitted to expend funds in program management given the complexity of the rules and filings, and we hired a company to assist us for $60,000. The legislation also identifies the ways in which these funds can't be expended. We can't decrease taxes and offset the reduction with CLFR or ARPA funds. We can't save it and put it into a reserve account or invest the funds in a pension fund. We can't use the money to pay off debt or replenish our reserve accounts. We can't use it to pay legal settlements, and we can't use it for reasons that contravene with the purpose of the money, like throwing an anti-COVID-19 in-person party with a buffet of food and shared drinks at a time when the CDC was recommending masks and social distancing. So I said I was going to come back to the third eligible use. To state it again, it's for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency. As I've noted, the town didn't actually experience a loss of revenue. However, within the legislation follow-up rules, Congress and the Department of Treasury say there are two ways for a municipality to calculate its lost income. One, you take a $10 million allowance, no proof necessary. Two, you perform a complicated formula, and for that first $10 million of lost income, you can spend it on anything that a government would otherwise spend money on. Since the town received $3.5 million, all of it counts towards the $10 million of the standard allowance for lost income and can be used for general government services. And so, the Select Board committed $150,000 to support the tax abatement process, $30,000 to supplement the appropriation for the Board of Assessors evaluation, $81,054 to replace the failed camera system at the Public Safety Building, $1 million to support the rehabilitation of Marshall Park, $50,000 for the school department to perform an athletic survey, $101,000 to build new sidewalks from Turkey Hill Elementary School to Turkey Hill Road and from Highland Street down Chestnut to Marshall Park, $22,500 to support the Cultural Council's Artists in Schools initiative, $120,000 to renovate the teen room in the library, $60,000 for exterior repairs to the library, $10,000 to restore the memorial gardens at the library, and $225,000 for the Municipal Building Design Committee. We ask for your recommended approval, or we ask for your approval of this article as the town specifically reserves funds for large vehicle purchases, and these plow trucks and this ambulance should have been paid for through the funds reserved for this purpose. The availability of $986,000 will enable the Select Board to consider furthering the legislative intent, investing in water and sewer, better supporting community organizations, and supporting community and government needs. And I welcome your questions.
Sir. Hi, Dave McDonald, Island Road in Lunenburg. So I got this in the paper. I think a lot of people got this about the cemetery. So we vote yes. Is the cemetery going to get a new wall?
No.
It says it right here, though.
So what So being that the select board had nothing. Did I hit something here? All right. The select board had nothing to do with the article that was in the paper, and I will clarify. The select board did receive a request from the cemetery commissioners, and the request was to install a rustic stone wall at the North Cemetery. The board has made it very clear to the cemetery commissioners that we cannot consider their request if we do not have funding to be able to go towards that request. But the board has not indicated that a yes tonight is a yes for a rustic wall at the North Cemetery.
I'm just reading the ad that's in the paper, so.
Well, I think that what happened in this case is there are many people.
Is there a deal?
Mr. McDonald, let him finish.
I think the answer is no, and I think there are many people who have a desire for some of the funds that were expended. For example, speaking with the water district, we know that they're going to have to address this PFAS issue. We know that the EPA and DEP are changing the standards. We know that they're going to have to spend millions of dollars that they don't have. We know this. And where does the money come from? It's going to come from all of us who live in the water district. So any funding that goes to that will offset it. The cemetery's in the same boat. The sewer commissioners are in the same boat. Meeting with the sewer commissioners, they have an enterprise fund. They have several monies in that fund. However, when they look at the next 5 years and look at the expenses that need to come out of that fund, there's not enough money. And so there's going to need to be an investment into the sewer department as well. And so my hope is that, as the funds get returned, then they'll go for that purpose. As for your other question, I get the line you're going with tonight, that I'm making backdoor deals with people to get people stuff. And I follow that that's the line you're going with. There's no way in a democracy for one person, and we have to trust, we're all elected officials here. I can't make my fellow members of the board do anything. The purpose of being on the board is we negotiate, we talk to each other. What I've committed to personally is I've personally committed to water and sewer. I've personally committed to that. That's where we need to spend money. Also, we know that we have an old dump, and at a meeting that occurred after we had expended much of the ARPA funds, we met with some consultants who advised us that there's a lot of money out there now, and there's a lot of arrangements now, that if we can commit about $30,000 to consultants to assist us with the Old Town dump, that we can find ourselves in a position where we can generate millions of dollars for our people, not coming out of the tax base, using the Old Town dump to generate power. And so these funds will be used for that purpose. But to answer your jab at me tonight, the answer is no, I don't make backdoor deals.
I don't think this is a jab, Mr. Jeffries. I think it's kind of reality. Mr. Moderator, just two quick things. One is, for the record, on the sewer, you voted 0 on giving any money, ECLA money to the sewer.
Okay, gentlemen, to both of you, we're getting so far afield from this article, which is about the ambulance and the DPW trucks. So if we could focus on that, focus on those articles, please.
So the last question I got is, I know a lot of people are here to vote about the cemetery, thinking that it was going to be voted tonight. If it isn't, do we make an amendment to this? Can this body vote on if they want the trees or not? I personally like the trees. That's me. That may not be that's in Lunenburg, we're a historical town. Those trees are 150 years old. So the bottom line is, what I'm saying is that this ad led me to believe that the vote was going to be done tonight.
Okay.
So that's one thing I apologize.
And I heard that. I would tell you, Mr. McDonald, without seeing your motion for the amendment, my gut reaction is it's outside the scope.
Okay.
Because I don't think anybody is going to be aware that we're voting on the cemetery when what the article is about the ambulance.
And Mr. Moderator, I agree with you, and that's why I was confused about this, because it's here, but it's not there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Over here, please.
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just don't feel there's a lot of compelling evidence for me to vote in favor of this article. I wasn't a fan of a number of the items that ARPA funds were used for, but this $986,000 was well spent on items that would easily, actually benefits the entire community. I would have hoped that would have been the focus of ARPA funds to begin with. And I'm concerned about draining this much money out of the stabilization account for the future DPW and fire department needs. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, whoops, over here.
Joan Pease, 11 Wintergreen Court. I would be very interested to hear from the Finance Committee on this. I would like to understand your position. Thank you.
It's fair. Finance Committee, I think your vote was split, so you could give us some insight.
Sure. So one of our members, Chris Menard, voted against the article specifically, and him not being able to be here tonight, I reached out to him to ask him if he would like to put any words together, and he sent me a little note that I would like to read on his behalf. With your permission, Mr. President.
Yes, absolutely.
My apologies for being unavailable tonight. I urge the residents of Lunenburg to vote no on Article 4. I serve on both the Finance Committee and the Capital Planning Committee, and in both of these roles, I have focused my attention on the long-term financial health of the town. Lunenburg is in the process of several large building projects, is looking to reinvigorate Marshall Park, is assessing the large amount of vacant positions in town, is looking at many infrastructure projects, will continue to fund a paving management plan, and, as it relates to this article, will be purchasing millions of dollars in vehicles. The town has a well-structured approach to budgeting and prioritizing projects. Removing $986,000 from the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund will require us to replenish it over the next several years at an increased rate. The town's foresight to have the Special Stabilization Fund helps us to weather years that have major purchases. The legislative branch, this meeting, holds the purse strings for the town. We should keep this responsibility here and not give $986,000 back to the executive branch for projects that have not been determined. Doing so would allow 3 people to spend nearly $1 million on their priorities, not the town priorities. Thank you. Sincerely, Chris Menard.
Thank you for that. Anybody else on the, thank you. Everybody else on the Finance Committee, go ahead, go right down the row. Mr. Gray.
Yeah, I voted for this. I think Mr. Jeffries,
Is your microphone on, Mr. Gray? I don't know. I don't see any lights.
Okay. There we go. Okay, I voted for this, so my view was what Mr. Jeffries had said, I think is a very good discussion. This money that we put into this, the fund for these, for the trucks and the ambulance, that's what the money was there for. Hearing all these things and the discussions we had in the Finance Committee, my view was that it seems like some people don't like what the Select Board is doing with the ARPA money, which I can understand that that can be an issue. However, they are the ones who were given the authority to do it. It's done in open meeting. You can go to the Select Board meetings and talk in public at that point and tell them why you don't like what they're doing. So to me, this is, that's the process where this has to be. If there's a meeting where they're talking about the building a stone wall in the cemetery, people could go to the meeting and discuss that at that time. And if you don't like what the Select Board does, obviously they're elected officials. Next time around, you'll remember that. So to me, this is the way democracy works. I think, and that's why I voted for it.
Thank you. Just going down the row. Mr. Passios?
Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street, just recently reappointed to this committee, although I have been watching things from the sidelines very closely. The comments read by the chair from one of our other members I am almost perfectly aligned with. If I had been a seated member for the vote on this article, there would have been one more against transferring the funds. I've been pretty happy with the diversity of the use of the ARPA funds up to this point so far by the Board of Selectmen. And I think the purchase of the vehicles with ARPA funds is an important part of that diversity. It would help, the way it's presently sitting, the funding helps us have more money available for the next huge purchase of a fire truck or whatever comes along that we don't have funding for if we take that money out. I'll also remind you that we are never able to fund all of the requests that come in on an annual basis for capital. So we're falling behind year after year after year, and we're seeing that in our facilities, our vehicles, down to 2 or 3 plow trucks when we're supposed to have 5 to 7 trucks on the road. We need to keep this money in the budget where it helps at least get us to par on our equipment and facilities. So at this point, I do not support this article, and I think we really need to keep that money in the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund for purchases probably in the next couple of years. A few years ago, we were in such a great financial condition that we didn't have to tap that fund to buy a ladder truck. We paid cash for it within the budget. We're not there anymore. We have pressures on every dollar that is brought into the town coffers. And to not use a good chunk of the ARPA money to help offset the town's infrastructure and vehicle costs, I believe would be inappropriate at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Passios. Mr. Alonso. Oh, you defer. Excellent. Go right ahead.
Terry Birchfield, 1 Rose Garden Lane, and actually...
By the way, Ms. Birchfield, we have an opening on the Finance Committee. You've got a little experience in these matters,
I hear that regularly, and actually I was surprised to see Dave back, so somebody give that man a cookie. But anyway, I just have a question on what does that leave the balance in the stabilization fund at?
I'll turn to the town manager. We have the number in front of us.
Oh, come on, Karen knows it off the top of her head. I just know it.
I believe it's...
I actually don't, and I'm trying to get into my system because I knew somebody was going to ask that question.
Excuse me.
But it's not letting me in.
The town manager is going to pull that up.
I was surprised to see Karen here again, too, so that was...
She couldn't way. That's what happens when you retire. You go back to work. It's true. Everybody's dying to retire, and as soon as they retire, they go back to work. Okay.
Thank God. What's your point? Current step down. 2.1, I think.
You didn't raise your hand.
The special purpose stabilization balance is 2.196022.
2.6. Ms. Burke, 2.196.
Yes.
I'm assuming that's million,
2 million.
If it's dollars, we can't even get a cup of coffee. Okay, you're next.
Hi, I'm Nancy Foss Yasko. I'm the Cemetery Commissioner at 146 West Townsend Road. And I would just like to thank the Select Board for all that they've done as far as hearing my presentations for the Commission. I know we don't want to get off track, but I do want to say 2 things where we were basically saying that was a behind-the-scenes things that were going on. That board sat and listened to me. I gave 2 presentations to the town and all to the Select Board regarding something that would be wonderful for the North Cemetery, where your trees are now showing their age and have to be removed. I am trying to, again, as Cemetery Commission, for the town, is to bring something in here. We were never told we were going to get the money. All I'm doing is opening it up to the town. That's why I put that article in the paper, meaning the Cemetery Commission. And I just want to make sure that the town does understand one thing, is if you looked at the life cycle cost model of putting in new trees, your 16th year in is going to cost you X amount of dollars. But what is truly going to happen in that 50th year, because you have to keep the maintaining cost up, will cost the taxpayers $629,000.
Hey, please, you don't speak out at the meeting. Do not.
It most certainly is with a 3% inflation cost, and what I'm trying to do as a cemetery commission is do something that's low maintenance that will also look beautiful for the cemetery to enrich what we already have historically in this town. That's why that article went out that way, is to show the town the historical pieces of a New England rustic fieldstone wall.
Thank you for clarifying. I'm really trying to keep this focused on ambulances and DPW.
I understand. I just wanted,
I appreciate that.
I just wanted to clear that to make sure that everyone knew there was no behind-the-scene deal.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I thank the select board.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Joan Pease, 11 Winter Green Court. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for doing that. We've gone through sewer, water, cemetery, stone wall, trees, Boys and Girls Club, and I'm not sure that's what we're voting on here. And I'm looking for clarification from the stage. It's my understanding that these vehicles, Rescue 1 and 2 new dump trucks, are going to be bought either way, whether this is voted yes or no. The question here is not whether or not to buy these vehicles. These vehicles are going to be bought. The question is, do we want this money to come from the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund or ARPA? Finance Committee, do I have that correct?
Okay, hold on.
Say it again, please.
The vehicles have already been purchased.
The vehicles have already been purchased. As a taxpayer in this town, I think it should come from the account that has already been attributed to it, which is the
ARPA
account, thank you. And therefore, I guess I'm opposed to this amendment. And I think we should let the issue stand where it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Over here.
Mike Bankin, 26 Cortlandt Circle.
Could you remove your hat? Thank you. I just got to think about hats in front of the American flag. I appreciate it. Thank you much.
No troubles at all.
Go ahead.
We've gone far afield of what this article is about. We're asking for the fact that we've received ARPA funds that we can leverage with our own funds. And the necessity of the vehicles has not been questioned by anybody. There's nobody that has stood up here and questioned the necessity of the purchase of those vehicles. It's just about how we pay for those vehicles. And the ARPA funds have been used, as I think many people may disagree, in ways that are fine. And it helps us pay for other things with our own funds. And I urge people to vote for this article. Thank you.
Over here.
In the Lockwood 91 Main Street. So I'm the chair of the Parks Commission, and as Mr. Jeffries mentioned, they awarded $1 million to the renovation of Marshall Park, which I think is the best way they could spend the money. We actually requested $2 million. The one thing that when I found out that ARPA fund was available to the town, it was actually sitting on the bank. If you guys watched some of the last fall's and late summer meeting from a year ago, I actually knocked on the door often saying we need to start assigning this money to different projects because inflation is here. But anyway, I was on their case a lot to start, distributing this money. And at the time in the conversation, I think there was, which process to follow. And I think it was Mr. Alonso that maybe at that time talked about maybe following a similar process to the capital planning process. And what I'm going to say now is what I said about a year ago. And I think that, we are going to find ways to fund. We have a financial plan that we fund our capital items. And we've been funding them. And we have ways that we have funded our schools and everything else. The capital plan process is a great process for that exclusively. But if you need 100 yards of sidewalk to connect the sidewalk from, the Whalum Ave to Town Beach, that falls low in the priority because it's just not how it goes. So what I said about a year ago is what I say today is that this money kind of was given to us. It is an opportunity for us to get some things done that when we're just utilizing the capital plan process, these things never get done. Now, I'm not necessarily saying you necessarily need to agree with me, but it's just a different perspective on this, is that the ARPA does give us an opportunity to fund projects that otherwise would never get funded. Because I can never imagine 100 yards of sidewalk compete with an ambulance, a fire truck, and so forth. So that's all.
Thank you. Sir.
Donald Gurney, 37 Riley Road. Before the night is over, I'd like to move the question.
You would? The night's not over, though.
Okay.
Oh, he seconded. Okay. So he moved the question. I think that's what he kind of did. And I had two people that I promised could speak. That was not you, Mr. Fortune. So I promised Mr. Alonso and Ms. Emke. I know he hobbled all the way up here. Mr. Alonso and Ms. Emke, I promised would already speak, but I had to let these other people done. He moved the question, so we'll have to wait and see what happens on that. But Mr. Alonso, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So one of the things I think that's an important piece of serving the public in these positions that the board and the finance committee and all boards and commissions are, is to keep an open mind on things. I was instrumental in getting this article on the warrant, that I thought that it made sense that the town at the annual town meeting would, once they approved the article, that we would not wait, as Mr. Jeffrey said, not wait until the beginning of the fiscal year so we could get our order in early so we could get the trucks earlier. It's certainly an appropriate use of the money. Nobody's saying that it wasn't an appropriate use of the money, and it would have gotten us again to the head. As it turns out, as an aside, that did not happen because we didn't get appropriate bids, so it wasn't until the beginning or in the fiscal year that we actually were able to make the purchases. But that aside, I said, why don't we go back and revert to it, because it just made sense that that's what the people had voted initially. However, there are always side consequences to these, and I will point them out here. Number one, when we were awarded the ARPA funds, the rules were established about who they were going to. They did not go into the general fund, and they were not appropriated to general town meeting. They were given to the executive branch, not by our decision, but that was the rules that the monies were given, and we followed those. However, it's a very limiting process. There are 3 people who need to vote in one way to get money funded. Now, many times we voted unanimously, but that's not the way that it has to work. We talked earlier about when the town clerk's salary came up that the budget should be the people. The people should be decided. This body should decide what happens to the money. And I think that the message read by the Finance Committee member who voted against this, saying that it only makes sense that we've already appropriated the ARPA money, that if we send it back, you're going to send it back away from this body, and you're going to send it back to a 5-member board, of which 3 people get to choose what to do. Sure, we do it in open meeting, but it's really not the most democratic way of doing things. You should have say over what happens to that money. So even though I was the one who wanted this article to be up front and to be before this body, I would urge you to vote against it, because to me, I wanted it because it makes sense for us to have options and it makes sense for us to have flexibility as a board. But it got brought to my attention that if I was not a member of this board and I was in the audience tonight as a town meeting member only and not as an elected official, I wouldn't want that to happen. I'd want to have a say and how that happens. So I would urge people not to vote for this article, and I think that the money that's in the stabilization fund, first of all, will be used for other vehicles. I'm a chair of the capital planning committee, and we see 7 to 10 years of vehicles being replaced. Believe me, the money will have a use. And it will be voted on by this body. If there are things that we would spend the ARPA money for, there's no reason why those same things can't come before the town meeting for any vote for a special or annual town meeting. So again, I urge you to not pass this.
Okay. Ms. Emke.
So when this first came up, I thought, yeah, that sounds great. It makes perfect sense. Pay for vehicles out of the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund. That was the originally approved by capital planning, all made sense. And then as time has gone on, I've, thought about it. I've heard a lot of feedback. And I'm looking at the projects that have been presented to us thus far with respect to ARPA. I'm like, okay, so 986,000 goes back to ARPA. I think we have maybe 58,000 left, so that puts us north of $1 million. I'm looking at the projects and I'm thinking, what the projects that I'm aware of that have been presented to us so far, I would support the total amount would be an order of magnitude below what the balance is. So that leaves a lot of extra money. That's great. That gives us, what I like about ARPA is it gives flexibility. It gives us the ability to act quickly. I personally like to have insurance. I don't know what the future holds. Nobody has a crystal ball. I don't know what next year will bring. I like having a cushion that's something, that I can call on and use in those situations. ARPA has to be committed by the end of 2024, December 31st, 2024. The flip side is, as Mr. Alonso alluded to, it's controlled, and a number of residents have told this to me, and I've heard it brought up by members of finance, 3 votes. And I'm one of those votes, and that makes me uncomfortable, and I'm one of them. And so I have kind of, over time, changed my position on this article. The other thing that I considered too was it would reduce the balance in the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund by half. That makes me a little nervous, but that is an appropriate use, and I'm, confident we can build that fund up and address needs like vehicles in the future. So I agree a lot with what Mr. Alonso said, and I've heard a lot of feedback from people about having a voice, and that means something to me.
Thank you. Okay, so the gentleman over here moved the question. It was seconded softly, but I heard it. So when somebody moves the question, that ends, we have to take a vote on whether or not we want to stop debating it. So it requires a 2/3 vote. So you're not voting on the article. At the moment, you're voting on whether or not you want to stop talking about it, okay? So that requires 2/3 of the people. So the voting is now open to stop talking. If you want to stop talking, you'll say yes. If you want to keep talking, you'll say no. And just to be clear, if somebody moves the question, I obviously have the option to say, no, we're not going to do that. I'd already promised these 2 people that they could speak after we heard from the people that were lined up. So that's why that continued after it was moved, sir. Okay, so on the issue of moving the question, what's the vote? Close the voting. And the tally is 114 in favor of closing discussion, 24 opposed to that. I'm going to guess that's 2/3.
It's just...
Pardon? Oh, it says. Oh, it tells. I didn't even have to do the math. Passed. All right. We've closed the question. Math was not my suit, I'm telling you. All right, now we're back to the article. Now we're going to vote on the article. So the question's been moved. It's time to vote. Article 4. And this requires 2/3 as well. And it'll tell you if the 2/3 are up there. Okay. All those in favor of Article 4, yea or nay. Voting is now open. some people might not have an opinion, so, yep. So we'll give it another moment or two. Maybe some people left. So dynamic, I don't know why anybody would. All right, I'm going to declare that it's now closed. Requires 2/3. All those in favor of the article? 29 in favor, 92 opposed. The article failed. No, don't be clapping. Article 5 now. Mr. Jeffries, I believe.
I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $80,000 from the Opioid Settlement Stabilization Fund to be used to fund the Police Department's Mental Health Co-Response Program, contingent upon the town of Lancaster's approval and reimbursement of 50% of the program cost, and to reappropriate such reimbursed amount to the aforesaid Opioid Stabilization Fund for its established purposes.
Is there a second? Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Thank you. Select Board.
The Select Board recommends approval.
Thank you. Chief, how are you?
Good, Mr. Murphy.
Tell us a little bit about this, please.
Absolutely, thank you. Thomas Gamble, Chief of Police for the Lunenburg Police Department. When I became chief about 3 years ago, myself and Officer Brad McNamara started to develop a plan for co-response.
So I'm having trouble hearing you, and it might be that I'm getting old.
All right, so
Thank
we
you.
could develop a co-response program for mental health diversion and substance use disorder diversion. This partnership was, as we developed this, we gained a partnership with Lancaster Police Department. We decided to work together with a mental health clinician to provide us mental health services, to provide us a clinician. This would allow us to provide on-scene services, so with people that are in crisis, whether it was for mental health or it was for substance use disorder. The program would divert nonviolent, low-level offenders experiencing a mental health crisis or a substance use disorder away from the criminal justice system. They would also provide us follow-up services, as they wouldn't be embedded with us for 40 hours, every day of the week, 20 hours at the most. As a program is developed, we would develop an MOU. It would be 20 hours per community for Lancaster and for Lunenburg, 20 hours each in each community. Again, they would be embedded with a patrol officer, and they would respond to people that are in crisis. They would provide outreach services, and they would provide referral services. What we're asking tonight is we received a quote from a community organization that would help provide services for us. The quote came in at $79,032. We're asking for $80,000 to start the program. At this point, we would be applying for a grant-funded program also through the DMH, which we're hopefully completing within the next 2 weeks. And I will open it up for questions.
Thank you. Questions for the chief? Nobody dares? Okay. He's not going to remember your name. Don't worry about it. Okay. Any comments, questions? Anybody?
One more comment, Mr.
No.
Moderator?
They're not interested. Well, they're interested, but they probably were convinced by the presentation.
Oh, very good.
Okay,
We can
Kathy
move on.
says move it along. This is Article 5, requires 2/3. Voting is now open. Use your clicker. Wish you could always hear the comments that come back from Kathy back here the entire time I'm up here. Move it along, move the question, let's go. Okay, another moment. Okay, I think voting is now closed. What are the results? Need 2/3. What's it say over there? Passed. Congratulations, Chief. You got your opioid money. Moving on to Article 6, the primary school. Mr. Franco.
I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $232,800 from the fiscal year 2023 capital plan as voted under Article 6 of the May 7, 2022 annual town meeting to the Lunenburg School District for the purpose of installing ductless split climate control systems at the Lunenburg Primary School.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval 4-1.
Thank you. Select Board.
Select Board recommends approval 3-1.
3-1. And I think we have some representatives. Ms. Archambault and the Superintendent, take it away.
Thank you. And I thank the town for the opportunity to talk about this warrant article. The primary school opened in 2005. It had been designed with air conditioning as
Did you
part...
introduce yourself?
I don't think I did, you did.
I did, but I didn't say where you lived or anything. And you're the chair of the school committee.
I'll try again.
Go ahead.
Carol Archambault, 662 Page Street.
Excellent. Thank you. Keep going.
Why, thank you. Once again, the primary school opened in 2005. It had been designed with air conditioning as part of the original design. The air conditioning was cut during the construction process. Because the primary school was designed to be air conditioned, the building is extremely warm during warm weather. The primary school air conditioning project has been included in the school committee approved capital plan since 2021. However, the project was not included in the town's capital plan as it was not deemed a high enough priority by capital planning committee each year. After the project was not included in the capital planning committee's recommended FY23 capital plan, the Lunenburg School Committee wrote a letter to the town manager and select board in January of 2022 requesting the priority assigned to the project be increased. Ultimately, the project was included in the FY23 capital plan presented at annual town meeting and approved for $232,800. So this plan took a couple of different iterations, and we'll try to move quickly through them. The first go-round was with Giorgio Associates, and they provided specs and a cost estimate, and they were talking about the need for rooftop condensers and an upgrade to the electrical service. Our director of facilities and grounds at the time felt that there was no need for an upgrade to the electrical service to support the new mechanicals and deducted the electrical cost estimates, which resulted in our request for $232,800. At the annual town meeting prior to the vote, Dr. Burnham was questioned about the need for the electrical work and whether she was certain it wasn't necessary, so she committed to finding an engineer to confirm that, as our director of facilities and grounds had retired. So we sought out Norian and Ciani Engineering for a peer review. They peer reviewed it, they looked at it, they talked about it, and said we needed another peer review. So then it went to VAV International with another plan. They felt that the electrical upgrades were not required, but they had all kinds of things that needed doing. And of course, this was during the end of the pandemic when the costs had come way up. The estimated cost of this project was $7,984,035. Obviously not something we could do. So we went for Plan B.
So after that assessment was conducted, we started to consider alternative solutions and determined that the best alternative plan would be to install ductless split systems for each of the classrooms. These systems consist of one 48,000 BTU dual zone condenser with heat pumps and two 24,000 BTU wall ceiling mounted heads for distribution. Each system provides coverage for 2 classrooms. Currently, there are 7 rooms on the second floor and 8 rooms on the first floor that are air conditioned by permanently installed AC units, such as these splits. Looking to provide a similar model of climate control, air conditioning, dehumidification, supplemental heat in those remaining classrooms, and 2 additional office spaces on the second floor. We considered this model. The project intent, we feel, remains the same. We are still looking to manage classroom air comfort. However, the execution differs from the original project, which was approved at annual town meeting back in May of 2022. Since the project has been modified, we are now here seeking your approval to utilize the already allocated $232,800 to fund this modified proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Byrne.
Oh, we have one more slide.
You
We
paused. I thought
had
you-
many questions along the way over the last year since we first publicly shared this modified proposal. I won't get into all of the questions at this time, but we have answered every question that has been put to us at any number of public meetings over the course of the last year. What we're looking to do is utilize that $232,800 to provide cooling and supplemental heating potential in what we hope will be 16 classrooms. This would include all 13 classrooms on the second floor, as well as 3 classrooms on the first floor. This does not provide cooling for every classroom in the building. That we would have to come back with a phase 2 project to complete, and we have submitted this project as part of the school committee's approved FY25 capital plan that we will actually be presenting to the capital planning committee next Monday evening.
Now you're done. Thank you, Dr. Burnham. Okay. Anybody? Go right ahead.
Ron DeLisio, 181 Reservoir Road. I attended the Finance Committee public hearing on the warrant articles. I was one of 2 members of the public to attend. My comment was that one of the main differences in my mind with this project being proposed tonight for $232,800 is that originally the project that was presented to this body with the approval of that amount covered the entire building. Then the way I see it from a taxpayer perspective and a voter who always tries to be involved and attend meetings, then the district, it's not just change in the execution and the mechanics. There's a change in the actual amount of space that we're cooling. So I was not happy when the district tried to pass it through the other town boards without coming back to this body. Do you see a theme here in my comments this evening? I feel like the voters are looked upon as an inconvenience that you have to overcome. That's really how I feel at times. And it's highly frustrating.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing, there's one other thing. I have a question that was never answered in any of the capital planning meetings regarding this item. And that is, how many actual days has the temperature exceeded a safe level in the building?
Anybody know the answer
on an
to that?
annual basis?
Hold on, thank you. Dr. Burnham, any idea, any documentation on that issue?
I don't believe that there's any clear definition of what is a safe temperature in the building, so I can't speak to that. I don't have staff that monitor the temperature in all of the classrooms every day and record that for archival history. So I do not have the data to provide that information. However, if the windows are open, it's a safe assumption that the temperature inside the classroom closely mirrors that of the temperature outside of the building. So if it's 92 outside, it may be 90 degrees inside. I don't have a tally on how many days the outside temperature exceeded any particular temperature.
Thank you. Sir.
Mr. Moderator, I'm Anthony Scalombrini. I live at 5 Valley Road. And I want to address the issue of air conditioning need. I have figures that provide information about cooling degree days. I'm a construction engineer, and one of the things that you always look at when you're going to make a decision about whether to air condition a building or not is how many cooling degree days do you have in the area where your building is located. And it's very interesting to see what's happened with cooling degree days in this area. I'm a relative newcomer, moved to Lunenburg in 2020. And I noticed that there are a lot of houses, new houses, less than 20 years old, that have window units sticking out of them rather than having air conditioning. That's because when those homeowners are making that decision to build their houses, they didn't think they needed air conditioning. And obviously the town of Lunenburg didn't think it needed air conditioning for this primary school in 2005 when it pulled that out of the budget, a grave mistake made at that point in time that has had an impact on the children who are taught in that school. Now, here's the facts, and this is from EnergyStar.gov, a very reliable source of information. It uses National Weather Service information. In 1990, in Lunenburg, we had 544 cooling degree days. We had 6,528 heating degree days, in the year 2020, in 1990, we had 7,312 heating degree days. That's a measure of how much heat you need in that building. We only had 164 cooling degree days in Lunenburg in 1990. Let's fast forward to 2020. 30 years later, we had less requirement for heat, 6,528 heating degree days. We now have 544 cooling degree days in Lunenburg. That means we have 3.3 times more cooling degree days need to be addressed in the town of Lunenburg. 3 times the amount of heat. Now, the other thing that has happened is that in 1990, we didn't send kids to school in August. We sent them to school after Labor Day. Now we have students and teachers in that building in prime cooling degree days of the late summer months. And that's another big factor that we have here. I think it's clear that there's a requirement for heating or for cooling in that building. Over the last 30 years, we've seen less of a demand for heat and a rising demand for cooling in these facilities.
Thank you. Global warming. Go right ahead.
Mary Braithwaite, 204 Northfield Road. I work in the school at primary, and I will speak for the children. They're miserable. We had 2 weeks of the heat, and us paras and teachers are trying to cool the kids. We have to do testing on them because it's state. We are trying to teach them, and they're literally melting. And we're like, fall asleep, you fall asleep. It's hot. And you have kids that we're trying to make them have a good learning environment. And you know what? The building was built to have AC, so it's not an airflow. Some rooms, like on the second floor, literally are an oven all year round. And then you add the summer, the kids couldn't even go in there. They had to come out and go to another area to learn because it's that hot. So I know you don't think it's that hot, but being in there, it's that hot. And I'm saying is for the kids, it's miserable. And kids don't usually care. They're that hot.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have to say.
Oh, we don't need the clapping. Thank you much.
Okay,
slows us down. Go ahead.
Dave Blatt, 411 Goodrich Street. I'm going to be coming to you as the chairman of the Green Committee, and I'm going to talk to you quite frankly. I am not going to debate whether we need cooling, whether we need heating. What I'm going to debate is the fact that these people in this town have voted to become a green community. And part of that was to sacrifice by saying when you wanted to do an addition, when you wanted to do a modification to your house, you had to do something special and spend a little bit, might be a little bit more. But in return, your town got free money from the state. We have appropriated close to $600,000 in free funds from the state because we chose to ask for it. Now, the Green Committee has been asking the town for years for projects to use to ask for funds. We've struggled and struggled. Since Mr. Londa has left us, basically we have not had much luck with getting the town to give us projects. This is a prime project. The state of Massachusetts believes in mini splits. The mini splits, I'm not going to argue whether you want them for heating, whether you want them for cooling. I want them for both. Because the fact of the matter is the state is looking for projects where schools say, I want to become energy efficient. I want to put in mini splits. My problem is that I would like to propose an amendment to this article. And can I go with that?
Sure.
All right. My amendment is going to be to change it to say, to see if the town will vote to transfer funds up to $232,800 from the FY23 capital plan as voted under Article 6, blah, 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 to the Lunenburg school districts for the purpose of installing ductless split climate control systems at the Lunenburg primary school after the school pursues funding through Green Community Grant Program or to take any other action relative thereto.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask that the school committee, and I'm going to say this to every town committee, ask for funding. We've told you guys it's available.
Okay,
Go for it.
well, stop selling. We've heard
It's my life.
It is, okay, and you're good at it. We've heard your proposed amendment.
Second.
Oh, I knew if I waited long enough. I beg your pardon. Huh? You yelled second? Well, you got to yell louder, Passios. I can't even hear you down there. Okay, well, I got to ask town council what he thinks about that being within the scope.
I have no issue with the condition precedent, but the up to amount, I mean, you have to transfer the sum. You've got to give a directive to transfer a sum of money. It can't be up to, okay, what does that mean? What's the discretion to determine the amount? The town meeting has that discretion. So it can be a vote to transfer the sum of 232.8.
And
there can be a
upon.
contingent upon seeking something first. I think that's within the scope of the article.
Okay, what did you do with your thumbs? Paper cut? We'll go over. All right, so I need, where'd you go, Mr. Blatt?
I'm right here.
Oh, thank you. Right, please write. Okay, so there's an amendment proposed and seconded. So while he's writing, we can still talk and discuss. I discussed with town council whether or not, Mr. Blatt, don't finish too much there, whether or not this was going to be outside the scope. It's his opinion that it's not outside the scope. The only issue what he would have, Mr. Blatt, is that it can't be an amount up to, we need to have a defined number.
All right.
So you would propose it as an up to amount, needs to be a defined number. I think the number was,
Okay, fine. It'll leave it as the same number because I believe we can get both projects done.
leave it for the same number, then you've got a defined number. Okay, you may go next.
Hi, Nancy Chapdelaine, 102 Fairview Road. I want to get back to someone talked to Kate about what the data was on
Kate would be Dr. Burnham.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. I'm a retired teacher from the Lunenburg Primary School. And the number of days that were hot in that school was any day that the sun was shining all day in that second floor. We had 20 to 30 children in classrooms breathing hot, and people would walk in your room and say, "Oh my God, it's so hot in here." when all the kids' faces are sweating, it is hot from March to October in that building. That's a lot of days. I don't know what the official number is, but it's hot in there. And being in that school from the beginning, when you were supposed to have air conditioning and we didn't, and they were asking us to keep the windows closed all day because of the system was supposed to bring in cool air at night and keep it cool during the day. So that didn't happen. And I think that we really need to make sure that this gets funded for the learning process to go on. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
You've had a couple chances. I'm going to get to this woman over here. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. I understand what the previous speaker is saying regarding grant funding, and I encourage the school committee to pursue grant funding. However, my concern is the length of time that grant funding may take and the window of opportunity. If we were to appropriate the funds that the school committee is asking for, the $232,800, if they were awarded a grant, it doesn't mean we have to spend it. So I would urge not to vote for this amendment. We can vote for this article and encourage the school committee to pursue grant funding, and we don't have to spend the $232,000 in the event we were awarded a grant. However, if we vote the amendment, regardless of the timeline of the grant process, the school committee will be on hold. Thank you.
Okay, stay right there. We'll give you 2. You've earned it. Okay, so we're on the amendment at the moment. Go ahead.
Ron DeLucia, 181 Reservoir Road. Another point that came out in the Finance Committee public hearing was a question by the chair to the superintendent asking if the school district is certain that the $232,800 is enough to do what is stated in this article. So in the spirit of my theme this evening, I would like to amend the article to include a clause. What the superintendent said was,
I'm going to ask you to explain that.
if they get the money, they will do as many as they possibly can. I would like to amend the article to include
Well, we already have one
clause.
amendment, so let's, on your amendment first.
I do have a second amendment. I would like to include a clause which states that the district must come back before this body if they cannot complete the exact project.
Okay, hold on to that. So, hold on, I got a whole bunch of people going, but I want to let town council, and where's Mr. Blatt? Okay, Mr. Blatt, hang on. So town council on what you wrote for your amendment.
Mr. Moderator, do you want me to read the amendment first?
Sure, just so that it knows what we're voting on.
So the amendment is written just as a rewriting of the article as a whole. So it says, to see if the town, I guess it would be, I move that the town vote to transfer $232,800 from fiscal year 23 capital plan as voted under Article 6 of the May 7th, 2022 annual town meeting to the Lunenburg School District for the purpose of installing ductless split systems at Lunenburg Primary School after the schools pursue funding through the Green Community Grant Program.
So what he's added is after the school committee pursues funding through the Green Committee.
Through the Green Community Grant Program.
Community grant, okay.
Correct. And so to confirm what we discussed, my opinion is that that is within the scope of the article as printed. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a wise amendment. I have some concerns about the workability of the amendment. What does it mean to pursue funding? Does that mean simply that the schools have to make an application, and as soon as they submit the application, they can then disregard it? Does it mean they have to pursue it to completion, to a final decision? it's not clear as to what it means to quote-unquote pursue funding through the program. So in terms of the workability of the amendment, I have a concern there, but it is within the scope. So that's for the voters.
Can I add then pursue funding to completion? And I'd like to address the timing on funding. Okay, so the Green Community you guys, I thank you very much because, you helped me out, you helped us out. I hope you guys are appreciating, we just finished the streetlight upgrades in this town. And the streetlight upgrades saved us, I think it saved you guys roughly $40,000 a year, probably more closer to, I'm gonna say closer to $55,000 a year. Just for that. We got that all through grant funding.
Mr. Blatt, you do a wonderful job. Here's the thing.
No,
You gotta
okay,
stay
sorry.
on track.
Grant funding.
My wife requires me to be home in bed by 10 o'clock,
All
okay?
right, grant funding, the next grant round is in the spring. It gets awarded in the summer. Funds are available in the fall. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Simple as that. I added to the last sentence, through completion.
Thank you.
That's what you want.
That's
right?
what he wants, yes.
Okay.
I'm with
That's what he wants. Okay.
Do you want me to sit down?
No. All right, please. We're going to vote on, we've argued, I'm speaking. Who's ever talking, I'm speaking. Thank you much. I can find people, usually, sometimes. Anyways, there's a lot of people who want to speak. I understand that. So just hang tight. Go ahead.
So we are now on the second year of this process. I have a third grader who was in first grade when we started this process and first appropriated these funds for a capital project. He's now going to be out of the primary school before we even consider breaking ground on this project. I'm sure there's plenty of other children who are also experiencing that as well, and there's plenty of other families who are going to have that coming up. I fully support the idea of using green communities to get funding for this. But if we're not looking to receive funds to break ground until August, as the superintendent, I'm sure, can attest to, we will not get this done this August. They will not have us be building this. We are not going to break ground until at least 2024, just to get this in again. In the meantime, as we've had former teachers and paras express, temperatures in these buildings are atrocious. I've had 4 kids go through there now. It's a brick building. It is an oven. It is built as an oven. Anyone who has a pizza oven knows exactly how long they stay warm for. You put a sun on there for the entire day, you're going to get that thing hot. It's going to carry into the evening. It's going to be pre-baked for the next morning. And now we're talking about whether or not we should find another funding source. That's absurd. This needs to be put to bed. These are children. This is not, should we buy a fire truck, or how should we pay for a fire truck? These funds were appropriated in 2022. At the time, we weren't able to fund it because the project came back at over $7 million, as the chair of the school department, or school committee mentioned. Once we had the second plan in place, the town manager suggested that the school committee and the school department come and talk to the select board, talk to capital plan, talk to the finance committee. Just to let them know, hey, our plans have changed a little bit. We feel it's still within the scope of the original warrant article on the capital plan that was appropriated and approved by this body a year and a half ago. Select board said, that sounds great. Capital planning committee said, that sounds great. Finance committee said, no. And the project died right there on the spot. We could have broken ground this past summer. We could have had mini ducts or splitless duct systems in the buildings this fall. We could have heat going right now in the winter, as we approach winter. Instead, we're now talking about possibly kicking this can further down the road. This is absurd, and I'm sorry, but I urge you to at least shut down this amendment, fund it as it's meant to be funded for project, and sure, we can do all sorts of green communities projects. I fully support the green communities projects, but this is not the one this is not the hill to die on. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to put the question. Please don't. It drives me crazy. We're going to put the amendment up here in a moment so you can read it. But I know I had some other people wanting to speak. Mr. Franco. It's up there now. Okay.
Say again.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yes, Mr. Waters just said a lot of what I wanted to say. I am all for the green communities, initiatives and trying to fund as many items with that, through that process as possible. However, this is kind of an urgent situation. We ask our best from our students, they're our future, and we rightly and correctly ask much of them, and we ask them to do their best. I think that we need to create the environment where they can do that, and we need to do our best to make that happen and to expedite that. And I'm fearful that seeking grants at this time will delay the process, and I just think we need to solve this problem as soon as possible. This is a less than ideal. I've said it when we were talking about it at the select board meetings. This is definitely a less than ideal solution, but it is the only viable solution. We don't have $7 million to put in a new comprehensive HVAC system. This is going to go a long way towards solving the overall problem. I think we need to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Alonso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I want to be clear that I want the article to pass, and I don't want the amendment to pass, but I also want the record to be clear that while I understand the frustration, it did not pass the capital plan back last year because we felt as a capital planning committee that they hadn't done all the engineering to answer the questions. They lobbied to get it included. It was included. And then it came back 35 times what they told us the price would be to do it. So it didn't break ground that year, not because this body didn't act. We did act. Now it comes back. Mr. Blatt is correct. He comes to the Board of Selectmen when he does his reports to the Green Energy, that he lobbies people to bring town energy projects to the Green Energy Committee. And he's frustrated, and rightfully so, that even with that year intervening, they didn't come to him. I'm still voting against the amendment because I agree that it is an emergency, but it's not an emergency because this body didn't act and people didn't attribute the money. One of the speakers asked about what will we get? Will we get all those mini splits that they put in there? I think that's a valid question. You know, we're not supposed to just be appropriating money. We're supposed to be appropriating money for a project. And the project needs to be duly encapsulated so the town knows what they're getting. And even with all those flaws, I still think we need to do it because of the environment in there. But I want people to understand what the flaws are so that we don't repeat them again. So again, I urge you to vote against the amendment for the original article, but we really need to keep the processes clean and people should go to the right places so that people aren't saying you should go to grant money all the way down the line when we asked them all along to do that.
Thank you. Let's hear from the schools. On the amendment first, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Murphy. I do want to thank, though, Mr. Waters for bringing up the path we took in order to get here this evening. So we are happy to hear that the streetlight project has been closed out because our previous facilities director had looked into the green communities initially and found that we couldn't apply because the streetlights project had not been closed out. So I'm glad to hear that. In order to apply for that grant, we would have to find money for the initial audit, energy audit from the people that do that, for lack of a better word. But we certainly would do that if that is what this body wants to do. That's what we would do. However, if the award, if we got that grant, and which we're happy to apply for and happy to write for, if we got that grant and it is awarded to us next fall, that means that these units would not be installed until the following summer. So now we're talking 2025. So as long as everybody understands that.
Thank you.
Just points of
Well,
clarification.
just tell us your name again. We're recording it. We wonder who you are.
Dave Blatt, 411 Goodrich Street, Green Community Chair. Okay, a couple quick things here is one, is that nobody from the school committee or the school facilities or anything ever approached the Green Committee. We have open meetings, that we were never approached about what was going on with the streetlights. In fact, we've had the ability for a while to do this project. We could have done this project for years as we were battling Unitil to get a final number and to get the streetlights approved. So I don't want to hear that. That doesn't help me to help the situation too much. The other thing I want to say is that based on grants and when they're approved and when they're given, this is a shovel-ready project in August, in July. It could be shovel-ready. The fact of the matter is the grants are going to be there. You will know whether you got the grant or not. I'm saying to you, all I'm asking you to do is to say that we have to pursue the grant. If you don't get the grant, then fine, you got the money for the project. If you do get the grant, you can possibly do both projects and still have money left over. That's all I'm saying, is that we just need to pursue it. And you need to pursue it to completion, and you would actually be able to start during the summer because you're not going to do it now anyhow. Okay.
So are there openings on the Green Committee?
Actually, no, look pretty good right now.
You're full? Okay. Anybody want to stand in line for it? We could use more volunteers like Mr. Blatt. Go ahead.
Hello.
On the amendment.
Yes. I am against the amendment, and I would like to move the question.
Okay. I'm surprised it took that long. Okay. I know, huh? All right, so we cut off debate, discussion, and depending on how that vote goes. If 2/3 of you want to stop talking about it, we'll put that, you ready over here? Yep. Oh, give it a second. Just so we know the numbers, right? You may. Yeah, it's 2/3. 2/3 on moving the question, okay? All right, if you're in favor of stopping talking, you'll vote yes, if you're still awake. And otherwise, if you want to keep debating it, you'll vote no. So you may start voting now. This is to stop talking, moving the question, bringing it to a vote, essentially. On the amendment, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Alonso. On the amendment. This is to stop talking about it, about the amendment, not about the article, about the amendment. Okay. All right, let's close out the voting. How many people want to stop talking about it? 94 versus 94.12. I don't know who is a .12. No, it's just the math. It's not the votes, just the math. Okay? So it's the percentages, that's all. Anyways, we've cut debate on the amendment. So now we're going to vote on the amendment. Okay? So get your clickers ready. The amendment. Can you put that back up? Thanks. It's basically the same language. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. It's basically the same language. All you're doing is adding that they have to pursue the Green Community Grant Program through completion. Okay? All right. If you're in favor of the amendment, please vote yes. If you're opposed to the amendment, please vote no. Begin voting now. Uh-oh. I know. Amendments are by majority. Okay? This is not voting on the article. This is voting on the amendment. Okay? Voting on the amendment, which adds the green community through completion. Okay. What's the tally? Voting is closed. Tally. I don't know what the percentages are about. The majority of people clearly do not want the amendment. The amendment is defeated. Now we're back to the article itself. Article 6 is now still before you. Ms. DeLuzio.
Ron DeLucia, 181 Reservoir Road. As I said, I'd like to make an amendment that a clause be added that if there is any change to this project, as it's stated right now, I would like to have it come back before this body.
Well, that's kind of vague for me. What did you write down so I can run it by count? Is any change, what, to the number, to the...
Any change to the project whatsoever.
While she's writing, let's hear from Mr. Jeffers.
Yeah, my comments would be really brief on this one. So
Keep talking. She's got a while to go.
I think most people know that I'm a property professional, and so I will offer a couple of comments. So, you know, if you ask me, is this a good plan in terms of building and the life of a building, the life cycle of a building, the answer is an overwhelming no. It is absolutely not a good idea to put this many penetrations into a building. It's just not. However, you know, I am going to support the article tonight, and the reason why is, you know, as we go through the process ourselves of designing buildings, and the superintendent was kind enough to allow me to do somewhat of an informal kind of property walkthrough. This building was clearly designed to be air conditioned, and there are several features of the building that exhibit it. Modern buildings are south-facing. They're meant to capture the sun. They're meant to hold on to heat, to minimize the amount of energy you're going to need to heat the building up. And this building is 100% designed that way. When you go into the library, you can see the strain on the windows, around the windows, which is the largest portion of the front portion of the building. The building is showing signs of weakness because of the lack of air conditioning. And when you go into the second floor, it is just unbearable. It's just unbearable. So I understand that something has to be done. Is this a good plan? No, it's not a good plan. A good plan is we should not be, when we find ways to do a VE exercise, or when we're going through an engineering process and finding ways to cut costs, that once you cut air conditioning out of a building like this, I assure you, we wasted millions of dollars getting it to be designed to be energy efficient and getting it designed to hold on to heat better. We wasted that money when we decided to cut this out. And we shortened the lifespan of the windows, we shortened the lifespan of the facade of the building. We've done a lot of damage to this building already by not putting air conditioning in it. So we could have saved, I'm sure at the time we were trying to save like $400,000, $500,000. The $8 million estimate is grossly overinflated. It just is. If that estimate were to come in now, I do this all the time, that number is going to be a lot lower than $7 million. It's probably going to be in the ballpark of a couple million, more like $2 million. So I understand why we need to do this, but there will be other costs due to our negligence in the past of not doing this sooner, and there will be costs associated with putting this many penetrations through the facade of a building. If we know anything, luckily we have great people that work in facilities in our community now. But this is going to be an area that we're going to have to keep waterproofing, keep inspecting, and keep checking, because again, we shortened the lifespan of this building already.
Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. I've been intimately close to this debate, conversation, whatever you want to call it, for the past, I'm going to say 5 or 6 years. Being seated on the Capital Planning Committee through 3 budget seasons. I was seated on that committee through all of the iterations that the school committee told you about this evening. And yes, we have over the years held it up because we never felt the project was complete, thorough, properly engineered, and at the end of the day, I told the superintendent and the school district that, I'm not going to support anything you want to do down there until you know that you're doing what's best for the building as well as the students and the taxpayers of Lunenburg. Although I understand putting the mini splits in fixes the problem, it's a Band-Aid fix. Right now, as has been clearly stated tonight, the money we're talking about does not complete the project. It adds, I don't have the number of holes into the building, that if they are not maintained over the next 15 or 20 years, 15 or 20 years from now, or 10 to 15 years from now, when those midi splits start to fail, which is their life expectancy, then we've got to start pulling things apart again and replacing them with same. Or maybe by that time we've neglected that building also, as bad as we have many of the other municipal buildings in this town, and we'll be ready to tear it down and build another $60 million school. This is the path we're taking this building down, by drilling holes in the side of it and doing Band-Aid fixes. We need to have a comprehensive program to maintain our buildings after we build them. We do not have that. And that's why we get 20 years down the road and we have a building like the primary school that has the issues that it has. And that was a generalization. I understand that leaving out the evaporators was a huge mistake back 20 years ago. And I honestly agree with the previous speaker that said that if you were to go for a complete HVAC upgrade renovation to that building and really get a true quote now that we're out of the pandemic, the number would be much lower and it would put the building on a route to last for the next 20 or 30 years with some other improvements that need to be made, or we ignore it and we tear the building down in 15 years. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, was there a second to that motion? Okay.
Yes, Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road. I guess I don't agree with any of the statements about a large roof mount system would be a better install than this. Having worked in buildings my whole life, at one company, since I was a mechanical engineer designing small parts, and they wanted to upgrade the roof air conditioning system, he said, Mike, you're a mechanical engineer, you sit in with the HVAC guys. And I'm like, I know nothing about it, but I'll sit in with them. It was a rectangular building, 2 stories, and they said, we're going to put these size units on each quadrant. It'll be the perfect way to control it, ductwork it, everything. I said, great, sounds good. They never stopped adjusting that system in that building. So how many people actually work in a building where the air conditioning and heating work well? This whole summer, while you're dying in the schools, I was wearing a sweater, and I would see when I came out on a 90-degree day, am I going to make it to my car? Can I do that, or do I have to take the sweater off from being in a building that wasn't well controlled with these roof mount systems? Basically, I think we should go forward with the $232,800. It gives individual control of the classrooms to the people in it. So if it's a little hot, they can turn it down. If they need it a little cooler, they can turn it up. And then for the green communities, we can address that with phase 2. You can see if you can get us some money back. Do that on phase 2. Let's go forward with phase 1 as written to get it done. And if it's only 14 classrooms instead of 16, we can make up the difference in phase 2. And you can do the grants in phase 2.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Right over here.
I think I need to apologize. I was supposed to say from the texts I'm getting, point of order, Mr. Moderator.
And just go to the microphone so I can see and recognize
I think
you.
I wasn't.
I don't want people yelling out at me from the seats, okay?
No, I was here. But anyway, I would like to be aware of who seconded this. I did not hear a second, and I believe that the body is...
Right here. Right here.
Mr. Pastios, thank you very much.
It was seconded.
I appreciate that.
I heard it, so we're voting on the amendment now. So the amendment is up here. If the 232 is not enough to fund the 16 classrooms, the district will have to present any alterations to town meeting, essentially. Okay, if you're in favor, just the amendment. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote yes. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote no. We're voting. Voting is open. We got to move this along. The beat dead horse.
Don't know what Heather is.
What happens, my blood sugar gets low, you know? Yeah, what do you got? Yeah. They have to feed me back here. Okay? We're voting on just the amendment. The amendment is what's up here on the board now. It was the original article. All she's done is add to it that if the 232 is not enough to cover 16 classrooms, they got to come back. Okay? Voting is open. Use your clickers. How do you feel about the amendment? Not the article, the amendment. I'll have some sugar. I won't be as grouchy. Okay, I think people are ready to vote. Let's see what the results are on the amendment. The amendment is defeated. Now, we're back to the article. We'll finish this tonight, or early morning. So we're on Article 6. This is the air conditioning at the primary school. Go ahead.
I move the question for the original article.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm ready to move the question myself. Thank you. I'm not going to worry about that. We're done. We're done debating it. Whatever I say is legal. Thank you. All right. I'm a lawyer, damn it. Okay, we're ready to move on this question, this article. Otherwise, we'll be here till after midnight. So get your clickers ready. Now you're voting on the article. 232 from the capital plan for ductless climate control systems. Voting is now open. Yes, you're in favor. No, you're opposed. Okay, I think everybody's voted. Voting is now closed. How did the article do? Majority vote. It passed.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's the good news. We already passed Article 7 and 8 in the consent calendar, so we're already up to 9. Michael Ray Jeffries. Oh, he left, went home. He had dinner, and he's now back. Article 9, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you. I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg section, this is the good one. I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg section 250-4.9, which is a section of the protective bylaw entitled Water Supply Protection District, by deleting the same in its entirety, and by substituting therefore a new section 250-4.9 as printed in the special town meeting warrant booklet with the following further amendments. 1, replacing all references to sections 7 and 8 of the new bylaw with references to sections G and H of the new bylaw, respectively. 2, replacing the reference to Section 9.5 of the protective bylaw with the reference to Section 8.4 of the protective bylaw. 3, adding a new sentence to the end of Section B of the new bylaw stating, quote, "Nothing in 250-4.9 imposes regulation on parcels in Zone 1," end quote. 4, adding to Section C of the new bylaw alphabetically a definition for Zone 1, stating that Zone 1 is, quote, "a protective radius around a public water supply well or well filled as approved by Mass DEP and defined under the Massachusetts Drinking Water Regulations 310 CMR 22," end quote. And 5, in Section G, subsection 1, subsection 1 of the new bylaw, replacing the reference to, quote, "historical high water supply," end quote, with a reference to, quote, "historical high groundwater," end quote.
Second. Mr. Jeffries, I got interrupted. Next time, just say, "as printed on the screen," and you could have saved yourself a lot of time.
Thank you.
All right, and I'm sorry, I would have suggested that sooner. There was a second. Finance Committee.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Thank you. Select Board.
Select Board deferred to this presentation.
Deferred. Okay. So who's making the presentation? Planning? Okay. Planning, I need your vote on this.
The Planning Board voted unanimously in support.
Unanimous. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
Yes.
I just want to raise a clarification or correction. The reference in the Fifth Amendment to Section G11 is actually a reference to Section G1L, lowercase l.
Oh.
Looks just like a 1 when it's printed. It looks just like a 1 on the screen, but the reference should be to G1L.
I know a lot of people were picking up on that. Okay, thank you. So, you know that I have people come and whisper in my ear all the time, and now I'm being told you're hearing some of it, which is okay. At least the recording is. But there are some very important articles that are coming up, and they have to do with money, and they're very important to the people that got these articles up there. So if you can hang in, we'll do our best to get you out of here at a decent hour. Okay, so Planning, you may make your presentation.
Thank you. My name is
May I raise a point of order?
Not a point of order yet, and I know you and I talked before the meeting. Sure. Let him make his presentation, and then when you're done, you'll be the first one on the microphone to discuss it.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Brenner. I am the chair of the Lunenburg Planning Board. The amendments you saw listed up there today are on a handout that was available at registration. You can go out and get one if you didn't receive it with those changes in bold. It's the same thing you read with those Scribner's errors as well as the suggestions that were brought forward by members of the community at public hearing at the planning board meeting. There's a copy of the map as well if you want that. Why this? Why are we looking at it now? And the answer is that our water supply protection bylaw is over 30 years old. And just point blank, the ways we have to deal with protecting water supplies have gotten wildly better. And you'll see as we go forward, we can actually now let you do more with your land while improving protections. We absolutely, when the map change was brought up before, there were concerns about Zone 1, other concerns were raised. Those were taken into account by the board in the drafting of this proposed bylaw. And what we didn't want to do is just make a couple changes and call it good enough and kind of shovel it down the road. This is a comprehensive rewrite. And what it does is it removes the town from regulating things that are regulated by other entities. So we're cutting out the town where it's not needed. We're actively trying to give property rights back to landowners and increase what people in the protected zones can do with their land. We're also increasing environmental protection. The map update takes the map of the Water Protection District and updates it to our current understanding through DEP of the aquifer recharge areas and the aquifers overall. And the other thing it does is modernizes terminology. 30 years ago, we were using different materials, different chemicals. They were referred to differently. There's an update for that as well. Now, the first takeaway I want you to have is Zone 1, and that's the example of Zone 1, that 400-foot radius around a wellhead. As far as town bylaw is concerned, gone. We're not regulating it. Now, you're going to see it on the map because we still have to have it there. It's a thing. But the amendment, as specified, explicitly removes the town from this bylaw, our water protection bylaw, from influencing parcels in Zone 1. And that is intentional because that is already regulated by the water district and the DEP through the water district. Town doesn't need to be there. We don't need town government going in where it's already taken care of. And because, as a side, I know there's been some concerns brought up about areas where we see Zone 2 also delineated in Zone 1. Because of the reference and the wording of the amended bylaw, as you have on your papers, that Zone 2 area in Zone 1, this bylaw also does not apply to those parcels. So if you have the initial concern, well, if we get rid of Zone 1, is Zone 2 still in that area? That's all being handled by Water District, which is what state law wants. Yeah. Now, again, our goal is explicitly, this was part of the discussion and part of the writing process, to give people in those zones back property rights. Right now, if you're in a protected zone, no more than 20% impervious. Impervious would be blacktop, would be roofs, buildings. No more than 20% of the area can be impervious. That's our current bylaw. And we can do better for our residents in those areas because engineering's better. We're going to cross that out. And instead, we're saying that 15% or 2,500 square feet, whichever is greater, is, we say the limit, but that's what you can do without issue. If you're going to exceed that, you need to meet certain criteria. Right now, you can't exceed 20%. Here you can if you're managing the infiltration of stormwater and you're submitting to the review process to make sure that that's happening. Right now, can't go above 20. We want to let you do that. And the way we're doing that is aimed to be consistent, predictable, and as easy as possible. For parcels in Zone 2, the application to go over that 15% or 2,500 square feet is by special permit. Now, this special permit process is designed to mirror our stormwater permit application. The reason is the gross majority of projects that would be going beyond that 15% or 2,500 square feet would also be triggering our stormwater protection bylaw anyway. The goal is to not put extra work on people. So yes, it's a special permit application, but the goal was to not just throw more work. In Zone 3, it's even easier. In Zone 3, those areas that drain into Zone 2, the application is by site plan approval. That is an objective process. Is basically, we can think of it in this case like a checklist. You come before the planning board and say, hey, this is what we want to do. Here's the mitigation. Planning, it is an objective process. Planning board doesn't look at it holistically. They look at just, did you meet the criteria? Yes, we're required to vote to approve. Again, the goal is to make it as easy as possible and give you those rights back. There's some minor changes to the allowed uses. Again, generally trying to improve property rights because engineering's gotten better. Overall, the allowed uses don't really change. There's some updates in terminology, again, because it's been over 30 years. But in addition, right now, you may not store de-icing chemicals, commercial fertilizer, other things. Can't. We can do better. So, with the advances in technology, we're saying that either you keep it in a building, which, again, that you put it in your shed, or if it's a larger scale project, if it's, then they can handle it via mitigation techniques that are specified in there, but that generally, to my understanding, would not apply to residential users by design. You want to develop your land, the goal was to actually make it as easy as possible. The map update. All the map update does is take our understanding of the aquifer. DEP knows more about the aquifer now and updates the map to mirror our new understanding of the aquifer. This isn't a political process. This is not playing with boundaries. This is DEP does investigations, figures it out, adds the data. This is us acknowledging that DEP has done this work. That is the summary of the bylaw. Again, you have the map as a handout. You have the whole wording of the bylaw available to you. Thank you for your time.
Questions, comments, issues with article number 9? I think there are people that are concerned about this article. Who's first?
Point of order.
Yes, this gentleman over here, please go.
This article is incomplete. The map, which is an integral part of this warrant, is illegible. You cannot read it, even using a magnifying glass. Providing a better map at town meeting does not meet the requirements of proper notice. I ask this article to be passed over. Thank you.
Town Council, this gentleman raised this question with me earlier before the meeting. So if you could tell it to us again, sir, so Town Council can understand what your concern is. Whether or not the town has given proper notice because the map. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I see this as an update to our town map. We are changing the town map as I see it. And if that's the case, I think they should have done a better job in making sure that all the voters in town received a decent copy, not what we got on the warrant. And
all right, just hang there for a minute. Let him review that. I didn't get a chance before the meeting to preview our discussion. I want to give him a chance to look it over. The floor is all yours, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So we get these questions from time to time relative to zoning ordinance and bylaw changes that incorporate a map amendment, either by creating new districts or redelineating the boundaries of districts. And so what I typically look for, and what I was looking for here, is whether there's a reference, and I did find it, in the actual warrant and the proposed bylaw that was printed as a part of the warrant. And if I look to section D, which is, I guess, the third page of Article 9, which is entitled Establishment and Delineation of the Water Supply Protection District, it does refer to these zones, and it says that, quote, these areas are delineated on a map entitled Lunenburg Water District Aquifer Protection Zones, dated July 2021, which is hereby made a part of the Water Supply Protection District bylaw and is on file with the Office of the Town Clerk. And that's, in fact, I've just confirmed that that's the title on the map that there are copies of out front. And I've confirmed with the town manager that this is the same map that has been on file with the town clerk. So from a notice perspective, I'm satisfied that sufficient notice has been provided by virtue of that map being on file. I don't have an issue in that respect.
Okay, answer your question. Thank you much.
May I continue?
I guess, go ahead.
Okay.
You still have the floor.
Well, thank you. Oh, by the way, I'm Darrell Plant, 490 Lancaster Ave.
Thank you.
Let me state first that I stand in opposition to this Article 9 and ask the voters to vote no, as they did 1 year ago. Some of the arguments made 1 year ago are still valid today. Use of a special town meeting to change the town map, and this is a change in the map, violates the spirit of this meeting. I will have more to say about the map. Number 2, property owners whose private property rights are being degraded were not notified in writing. I understand the law does not require it. However, it's just bad business. Number 3, no compensation to affected property owners. When the town uses its authority to restrict the use of private property in order to protect the water supply for the common good, this amounts to a taking. So where is the deal? Our water supply is our town's greatest asset, and if it is going to be sold to help, say, Lancaster's business community, then affected property owners should be compensated. Right now, there's no deal. Once I received the warrant, I examined the proposed map to see how I might be affected. The map, like I said, was unreadable. So I went down to Town Hall and I studied the existing town map, which was poster size, and found something interesting. The Hickory Hills well does not exist. No zones delineated. The Lancaster Ave wells are shown with two zones, 1 and 2, but not a third zone. I met with the building inspector and planning board member, and they gave me a better map with an overlay of property lines. Somebody told me a long time ago that you will run into many maps in government. However, the only map that counts is a voter-approved town map. As I see it, the town currently has no authority over the Hickory Hills well, nor Zone 3 of Lancaster Ave wells. So by passing this warrant, you will be legitimizing or codifying the town's authority. Instead of shrinking its authority and respecting private property rights, this warrant does the exact opposite. I would like to ask town council his opinion about the existing authority versus the authority gained by passing this warrant. Thank you.
Good thing you're still thinking sharp at 10 o'clock at night.
I'm down.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So it's a question that I'm not sure that I'm entirely prepared to respond to, whether it's 10 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night for that matter. As I understand the question, it's whether the Water Supply Protection District bylaw as rewritten differs in terms of the scope of its authority, the scope of regulation from the existing. And you've heard the summary presentation by the chair of the planning board. Having reviewed the bylaw, I generally concur. I haven't done a sentence by sentence or section by section comparison between the two, but certainly it's been represented, and I believe it's the intent of the article, that this is simplifying the bylaw in some respects, that it is codifying existing changes in practices and terminology through the course of the past several decades. With regard to the map adjustment, a point that was made by the chair of the planning board is that these wellheads are regulated at the state level. And so DEP exercises a certain degree of control and discretion in regulating activities within Zone 1. I've certainly seen a trend, not just in Lunenburg, but in other communities, with communities attempting to withdraw themselves from regulating through their bylaws or through their local regulations well-won areas, in the sense that the DEP usurps that authority anyway, even if there are provisions in a local bylaw. But I haven't done a comparison sentence by sentence or section by section, so I can't speak specifically to every difference or change between the existing and the proposed bylaws.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All set. Thanks. Going to go with the gentleman in the crutches, even though he might not have been next.
Thank you. I
but don't want
finally made it up here.
Fall down again. Go right ahead, sir.
John Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive. Another question through you, Mr. Moderator, to the presenter. The map that was presented to us, whose map is this? Where did this map come from?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, whose map is this? The data that creates that map is provided by DEP, okay, by the Department of Environmental Protection, via over the collected investigations they've done into the aquifer. I can't tell you what those are. I'm not a hydrologist. But that data is then taken and put onto that map, and if this bylaw is approved, then Lunenburg owns that iteration of the map. Now, again, things like Zone 1, they're on the map, but they are not regulated by the town under this bylaw. And regardless of whether the town wants to regulate them or not, they exist according to the state, in the state through DEP, and the Water District are the ones who would be regulating those Zone 1 wellhead protection areas regardless. I don't know if that answers your question, but I wanted to be thorough in the response.
Yep. So I have a follow-up then. So if DEP changes this, now this is at least 2 years old now, may have been changed, may not have been changed, but if DEP changes this, regardless of, and I'm sorry, let me start from the beginning. If we approve this amendment and DEP changes this, it will not affect our town in any way because the map that we have here will be the map that we'll use.
It is, so, two components. One, the map as you see now matches the current DEP data.
Okay.
So there hasn't been changes since, to my knowledge.
Yep.
And again, it is my understanding, and I would look to town council to verify my statement, that if a new well were made and Zone 1 exists around it regardless of our maps because that's the state, that's DEP, we would not automatically have Zone 2 and 3 around it, I believe, but I would turn to council. Okay, and I'm getting the head nod of, yes, that's correct. So if DEP were to further change their maps, it does not change for us.
Okay, and if DEP changes the existing map, as they have done, this is a change from the last map we saw, right? So if DEP changes this map in any way with the current wells, we would not be affected by that.
In terms of Zone 2 and 3,
correct.
That is correct. Again, Zone 1 is, we're removing
I
the town
understand
from
Zone
it.
1.
Okay, great.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Over here, sir.
Bob Pease, 11 Winter Green Court. I have a question about the map. If you look closely at the map at where Stillman's Farm and Cherry Hill Ice Cream is, there's a little red circles that appear to be like little Zone 1s, and I'm wondering what those are.
I do not have a copy of the map there in front of me, if I may. Thank you. And please forgive me for 1 second. Early cataracts mean I need a little more light. Could I get someone to point to me, just for the sake of speed, where I'm looking on the map? Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Yes, those are additional wellheads.
If I may,
No,
because
hold
I
on.
asked this question,
Whoop,
I'm
whoop,
sorry.
whoop, whoop.
I was just going to help for the answer.
That'd be nice, but we didn't recognize you. Okay.
You don't recognize me?
No, I don't. You should come to town meeting more often. Okay. Where's Mr. Pease? Did you get your answer to your question? You were up there, you asked him a question. Did you get your answer to your question?
I got an answer.
Okay.
The answer, but I got
You got an answer. Okay, good.
Mr. Moderator, if I may,
Go ahead.
may I?
Please.
But again, any additional Zone 1s, it doesn't matter what our map says, they're there. And actually, all Zone 1 does on our map is say the town isn't getting in the way of the state. Regardless, the state, if there's a well, the state, a municipal well, the state says there's a Zone 1, we have no control over that regardless of what our maps say.
Okay, I'm going back to the crutches again. We got to get this guy off his feet. Go ahead.
Sorry, John Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive. To answer the previous question, those little circles are actually public water supplies, but they're small businesses, Cherry Hill Farm and Stillman's, but they're public water supplies, so that's the answer to that question.
Now you got two answers for the price of one. Right up here.
Joan Pease, 11 Winter Green Court. I have spent considerable time studying this warrant article. I attended the public hearing with the planning board and actually recommended the Zone 1 amendment to this article. However, I am very on the fence and concerned about this article, and at the present time, I'm recommending that the planning board pull it until the next town meeting. There are things in here that I think are good, but there are things in here that are still confusing and cloudy. I was totally surprised and taken aback during the presentation to find that if a Zone 2 is inside a Zone 1, these regulations being proposed tonight will not apply to the Zone 2. There is nothing in the article that states that. In addition, I share the first speaker's concern that the voters deserve to have a clear, legible map published in the article booklet. The map that was published was completely unreadable, and I think I can share with you that the only reason I had a legible map was that my husband was able to download it. When he went to the town a couple of times, he was not able to get it at first. So, as the first speaker said, there's several maps. The one that was published was not legible, and they were not easy to come by. That's my second concern. The first one was about the Zone 2 not being regulated if it's within a Zone 1. Nothing in this warrant article states that. Third thing, I did try and go through the article and compare the old article to the new article so that we could see exactly what was changing. And I'm ashamed to say that not until this afternoon did I realize that the new article gives permission for the water district to build water treatment plants in Zone 2s. It says all these things are prohibited, except down at the bottom, it gives that authority. That may be okay, that may not be okay. But I would like, and I think part of the confusion with this warrant article is that the town employee who was really working on this warrant article with the planning board and was really the one who had the vast amount of knowledge, and I think I was told that at the hearing, resigned from the town and left. So no one is really here that followed this through from the beginning. Because of that, I'm not saying that I'm totally opposed to this, but I'm opposed to it being voted on tonight. And if it is going to be voted on tonight, I'm going to vote no, and I would encourage other people to vote no. It's really important when you pass a law that you understand all of the implications of that law. And this one's a doozy. And I think that because our town planning employee left, because the map was illegible, because tonight we're being told if Zone 2 is in Zone 1, these rules don't apply, and there is nothing in the warrant article that says that. Because of the ambiguities, I'm encouraging others to vote no, or for the planning board to just pull this to the next town meeting. Because if you pull it to the next town meeting, there's a lot of good stuff in here too that I think can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning, you have another comment, please?
I just want to address that the Zone 2 area that's contained within Zone 1 on I see that specifically on Hickory Hills, but any area like that, if there's others, are actually explicitly don't apply because of the amendment the previous speaker requested at the planning board meeting. We talked it over, and we agreed that it made sense. And I will admit, I was more impartial. I didn't see a big need for it, but I understood that many members of the public wanted it. And frankly, I am now glad it was there. And that is because we have right there, if you look at item 3, just going down to the quote, nothing in this bylaw imposes regulation on parcels in Zone 1. So just because we say, yeah, Zone 2 has these rules, but this statement explicitly says the areas in Zone 1, and that would include the parcels that are also labeled Zone 2, are not applied. This was a discussion earlier along with Mr. Harris, who is our current technical expert. Mr. Burney did leave the town, our land use director previously. This was not written in a vacuum. He brought it to the board. There was a lot of back and forth. And Mr. Harris, consulting with him this evening, we made sure that the answer was it will not apply, that Zone 2 inside that Zone 1 circle where it's labeled does not apply.
Great, thank you. Sir?
I think I'm in Zone 3.
I think I don't know your name.
Oh, Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road, which goes around the entire Lake Whalum, along the lakefront. But if I look at this in Zone 3, it says the aforementioned uses and activities are permitted only by issuance of a site plan approved by the planning board. And then with input from Building Commissioner, Board of Health, Conservation Commission, and Department of Public Works, the special permit granting authority, 10 copies, all of the expenses to be borne by the applicant. It seems extraordinary for the homeowner to have to bear this considerable amount of paperwork and expenses just to do simple things like a garage or a driveway or a family room. So, is that true?
If I may.
I mean, is he going to agree that it's a considerable exercise? But go ahead.
The answer is, again, those steps are needed for site plan approval pretty much regardless. Now, the next step here is to understand that if it's less than 15% of the area, or less than 15%, or 2,500 square feet, whichever is greater, it doesn't matter. You don't need that, and that is by design. And projects that are larger than that are often, I can't look at you and say, of course, in every single instance, that's not how the world works. But the gross majority of projects that would be disturbing more than this are not a garage. They're going to be building a new house. They're going to be something larger. And once you start doing that, you are very likely to trigger our stormwater protection bylaw with disturbing an acre of land. And that is, so you'd be doing this process regardless. So it's specified. Do there exist likely some niche cases? Probably. Are they likely to come up? I don't know they are. But for the gross majority, these are steps people would already be doing. We did not want to put more burden on property owners. That was an explicit goal and a debate back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
And one other, Lake Whalum, does this affect people's boating and motor boats?
It does not.
Okay.
Thank you. So the select board deferred, I believe, if I can remember. It was about an hour ago. But you can have a vote with your board, or discussion, whichever. Yeah, thank you.
All right. The select board previously deferred on this article. Is there a motion? Is there a motion to recommend one way or not recommend?
I would make a motion that we move to recommend approval.
Second. Do we have any discussion on this?
I have one comment, and it speaks to the question I had, and discussion I had with Mr. Brenner before. And a previous speaker has brought up, when you have an overlap of Zone 2 within a Zone 1, there's actually 2 examples on this map where that happens. And I would feel better, because it was confusing to me, does that fall into Zone 1 or Zone 2 regulations? Because it has this dual identity, if you will. So I would feel better having language in there calling out that Zone 1 is Zone 1, and only the Zone 2 outside of Zone 1 is under Zone 2, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I follow what you're saying.
I would just make the comment, Mr. Chair, that I am satisfied with the chair of the planning board's explanation that in those cases where there seems to be an overlap, that it will be considered by the planning board and by this warrant article to be in Zone 1, and therefore will be no additional regulations outside of what the state and the DEP provide.
And I'd say I like that written down.
All right.
It says it.
Do we have any other conversation on this?
Yeah, please. I mean, while I understand what was presented and the article, I do have a sense that maybe people out in the audience don't know entirely what they're voting for, and that there is a level of confusion that might warrant kicking this down the line. So, I mean, I can't straw poll people, but, or can I? I mean, to what level do they feel confident voting on this? And so I'm a little bit reluctant to recommend approval at this time.
Yeah, I mean, my comment's 10 o'clock at night. There's something keeping everyone here this late, and it's probably this article. I recommend approval. I think that, we're talking about, water supply and protecting the water supply. Not everyone who's impacted directly lives on or near water, but there is a significantly large aquifer that's underneath a pretty significant portion of the town. And I think that a lot of people have worked hard to make an improvement to the existing bylaw. I think that there's an opportunity between today and the spring for, if residents identify specific opportunities for there to be improvements, to come forward with them, for there to be an amendment in the spring if there's an identified improvement. But, considering what's already in place and looking at what's being proposed, I think this is a market improvement. I think all planning board articles are challenging. Having served on the planning board, I think they're all hard. They take a lot of digging into. It's a lot of time that goes into them. But I think this is a deliberate product to get to this point, and so I support it. Any other conversation? All right, let's go ahead and take a vote. We have a motion and a second. This is again a motion to recommend approval. As many as are in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Mr. Franco?
I'm going to abstain from the vote.
The select board recommends approval.
Okay, very good. So that's the recommendation on Article 9 from the Select Board. Go ahead.
Joan Pease, 11 Winter Green Court. I think I have the ability, although Mr. Moderator, you'll correct me, I'm sure if I'm wrong, to make a motion that this be passed over till the next town meeting.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to pass it over to the next town meeting. That was seconded. Okay, can you, we don't need to put that up. Let's just use our clickers. Anybody want to discuss whether or not we should pass this article over?
Point of order.
Sure, come on down and give me your point of order. At 10 o'clock at night, go ahead. It's all right. I might not recognize you. Go ahead.
Steve Archambault, 662 Page Street. Mr. Moderator, you said we could use our clicker. There is something already up
I
there.
know. Yeah.
I would like to see that removed.
You want to have it,
I would like it
nothing
to
there.
be blank. That way
Nothing
there is no
Okay.
record of us voting
Not
on
a
the article.
problem, not a problem. We are technically able to do that. I just put down, motion to pass over Article 9. Not a problem. Keeps it more technical. No, the motion is, this is on the motion to pass over.
Can I speak
Only
to it?
address that.
Can I speak to it?
On the motion, sure.
Very good. Matthew Allison, 188 Flat Hill, also a member of Planning Board. I made my feelings pretty clear about this on our public hearing. I agree with the motion to pass over. We did only review this, I believe, 3 separate times with the land use director previously. This is not a revision or a modification to our existing bylaw. This is a deletion and an entirely brand-new bylaw being written. I believe it entirely removes our local regulations aside from site plan review approval for Zone 3. As far as all this back and forth about the map, I made that fairly clear also. But again, I'd like to express interest. I'm going to vote for the postponement till next year. Thank you.
Can we do a roll call? Oh, there we go.
Please don't leave. We have some very important money articles that are very important to people here. You've been here a long time. I know that. We need you. Please stay. Article, Mr. Franklin, please.
Yes, okay, Article 10. I move that the town vote to hear an interim to pass over. Sorry, you're right. Thank you. I move that the town, that we pass over Article 10.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, just say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, passing over presentation? No. Great. Passes unanimously. Moving on to 11, Mr. Alonso.
I move.
TC Pasio's group we got to deal with. We got the Marshall Park grant we got to deal with. Please hang in. Go, Mr.
I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $300,000 from the FY23 capital plan as voted under Article 6 of the May 7th, 2002 annual town meeting to fund repairs to a portion of the TC Pasio's building roof located at 1025 Massachusetts Avenue.
Second.
Finance Committee recommends approval 4-1.
Select Board recommends approval.
Town manager, a brief presentation, please.
Yes. Okay. This article is requesting to transfer available surplus funds from the fiscal 23 capital plan to pay for the costs associated with repairing the central portion of the roof of the TC Pasio's building. The fiscal '23 capital plan included a project for the hazardous materials abatement for 30 School Street in the amount of $371,000. And since we received a $100,000 earmark from the state and other funding in a separate article for the architectural and demolition costs for 30 School Street, the full $371,000 did not have to be expended, and $300,000 is therefore available to transfer to fund the repair of the central wing of the TC Passios roof. This building was built in 1952. The roof was redone in 1986, and it was re-seamed in 2012 to extend the life another 5 to 10 years. That would make the new end of life between 2017 to 2022, and the roof has had consistent leaks since at least 2017, and a considerable number of leaks have been in the central portion, which is considered the highest priority for repair. The central portion of the building that this article is requesting funding to repair includes office space for the school superintendent, school department central offices, school department curriculum office, rooms for the ACE program, public access studio space, and the spare room is used for community use such as storage for prom dress and coat drives. So why the center portion of the building? The center portion of the building is being recommended due to the volume of active leaks in this portion of the building. There have been over 40 active leaks in this portion of the building. This roof is beyond its expected lifespan, and the leaks are occurring in areas where employees are working and are concerned to employee safety due to asbestos-containing tiles. This could damage expensive equipment in the public access area, and other areas of the building are unusable due to previous leaks that damage flooring with materials containing asbestos. If any of these areas become unusable, there are limited to no options to move them to another location. The facilities director obtained a quote for the cost of repairing the roof, including the cost of prevailing wages, and the article reflects the cost to repair the roof with a single layer of TPO roofing material that has a life expectancy of 20 to 30 years. The facilities director and I met with the Municipal Building Design Committee last week, and they voted unanimously to support this article. And that's all the presentation. That's it. How'd I do?
Okay. Anybody up at the microphone? I'm going to close my eyes. Is there anybody out there? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, the Finance Committee voted 4-1 to recommend approval, and Mr. Menard was our dissenting vote, and I have just a short note to read for him.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I recommend a no vote on this article as I feel it is unwise to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on buildings or portions of buildings that are likely to be torn down in the near future. It's time for the town to agree to the master plan for municipal buildings and put projects in place to meet that plan. The easy thing for the town to do is throw good money at Band-Aid fixes. We need to start putting good money towards the ultimate goal. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else on the leaky roof at the TC Passios? Mr. Passios, no comment about leaky roofs? No? Okay. All right. I don't see any. I think we're ready to vote. Oh, come on up.
All right, Matthew Allison, 188 Flat Hill, also a member of the Municipal Building Design Committee. We did unanimously vote to support this. I certainly appreciate Mr. Menard's comments from the Finance Committee. However, with our Phase 1, 2, and 3 plans for the Municipal Building Design Committee's report that we chose to pass over, so we didn't get to find out, this is a primary building of need for the transition, and I can expect this phasing to last at least 10 years. So there is a definite need for this beyond the 10 years. So I hope everybody can spend a little bit of money to get a lot more life out of this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jeffries?
Yeah, I have a quick comment. You know, I just want to comment. Earlier, you know, we heard about children being educated in buildings and the need to provide air conditioning and how this may not have been an ideal approach, but we all agreed to go ahead and support it. This is a case where we have staff. We are an employer, and we have staff. The superintendent's office is here. You know, PAC, all of us rely on watching these public meetings. PAC Studio is located in this building. And what the town manager just reported, and I just want to highlight, 40 active leaks in a building that has asbestos flooring. So 20% of this building is now unusable because the roof continued to leak. Asbestos is a hazard when it becomes airborne because the floor has been damaged over so much time. If you can't walk into 20% of this building. So we will lose a portion of this building if we do not take these necessary efforts to shore it up. As we know, our buildings are our most expensive expense. And so $300,000 is not good money after bad. It is good money after good.
Thank you. Anyone else? Excellent. We're ready to vote on the leaky roofs at the TC Passios. Using your clicker, this is a majority vote. All those in favor of approving Article 11, please say yes. Those opposed, say no. Voting may begin now. I'm going to tell you, Dr. Burnham, I'm going to authorize Red Bull be handed out at these meetings. I know water and Red Bull will be approved. Okay, let's close out the voting so we can go home. All those in favor of Article 11, 88. Those opposed is 11.96. The article passes. Moving right along to Article 12, Ms. Emke, with my suggestion. Go right ahead.
I move to present Article 12 as printed.
You move that the town vote and approve Article 12 as is on the screen and was printed in your warrant. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, point of information doesn't count, okay? If you have a point of order, you may come up to a microphone, I guess. Somebody have a point of order. Okay. Because a point of information is something you do when you get up to the microphone and ask a question. So that's cool. Okay? All right, Finance Committee, recommendation, Article 12. Give me a moment here. Finance Committee, what's your recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Thank you. Select Board.
Select Board recommends approval.
Okay, somebody wants to come up to the microphone and challenge what's going on, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Carol Hatch, 41 Hilltop Lane. Article 12 up there talks about Marshall Park project, and Article 12 in the index talks about water supply protection.
Excellent question. I brought that up at the meeting that we had. Where's Ms. Lemieux?
Oh, that's you.
Ms. Lemieux handed, yeah, was that fixed in the handout, Ms. Lemieux? That the overview at the front of the special town meeting warrant was incorrect numbered. Can you address that?
The index was reversed, so it was listed as Article 13, and it was actually 12, but the index, the warrant articles themselves were all correct in the right order.
Right.
And the handout...
The index didn't have the right numbers, but the articles are all properly numbered.
So
okay?
the handout corrects the first page of the index.
And the handout that you had, I hope you got when you came in, was numbered correctly. And the fact that it was wrong in the index does not affect it, as long as the warrant article was correct. Okay. Who's making the presentation? Ms. Lockwood, go right ahead. Introduce yourself.
Anna Lockwood. I'm on 91 Main Street. I'm the chair of the Parks Commission. Here with me, I have fellow commissioners. About a year ago, we came here and we asked about it for $184,000 to get the engineering going for the renovation of Marshall Park. And what we said at the time was, our goal with that money is to get some of the engineering done so that we can go out and apply for grants. And then we can bring that money in, and therefore, hopefully we can do the renovation of the park without as much money from our tax rolls. And what this article does is actually almost nothing, because this article has 3 parts, which I'll get to it in a minute. But this article at its core is a formality that we need for the grant. So right now we have a $500,000 grant pending, theoretically with our name on it, but we need a yes on this article. So I'm going to go through a little bit about where we are with this. So the status of the project, like I said, on June of this year, we completed the schematic design, which was the money, part of the money that we got last year. In July, we submitted for a park grant money. In August 23, we had the walkthrough with the grant manager. Now in October, we are working on creating the RFP for the next phase of the engineering. In December, it is our hope to publish that. And when comes January, we're going to be working with the engineers, and we're going to also be applying for another grant, which is $1 million. Last year, we did not have the time to apply for that grant because we received the money in November. In February, we're going to apply for another grant. It's a trails grant. In the spring of 2024, we're expecting the design, development, and permitting to be completed. June 2024, there is another grant available, which is the ADA, and that's about $200,000. And we are hoping, if everything goes according to plan, next town meeting will be coming for full funding with all of these grants under our belt. But right now, we have only one. So, regardless of the vote, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, that this article in short doesn't do a lot, but town council said he would give an explanation of the legalities once I'm done. So regardless of this vote, the ARPA allocation that the select board allocated to the Marshall Park renovation will not change. So if you say yes or no, that money will still be allocated for the renovation of Marshall Park. The $184,000 that was allocated last year will still be allocated. A vote no does not revoke last year's allocation. And lastly, which is another part of this article, which is, it asks that the town puts the park under a Chapter 45 on a state law to guarantee that this land stays a park forever. The thing is, this land has been park forever since 1913. It is a deed restriction dated in 1913. So regardless of the vote, these items are not going to change, and that's all the article talks about. So what does this article do? So a yes vote is going to put us at $1.6 million on money raised for this project that's not from our tax rolls. So that's a yes vote. A no vote, it'll be 1.1 million. The only thing that it will change if you vote no, we don't get $500,000 from the state. That is it. And that's the presentation. It was just 3 slides, and I'll take any questions if anyone, or actually town council was going to give a, okay. Well, we had a plan, you know.
Thank you. So as you know, we have a meeting before we have town meeting, and we go over all the articles. Much of this might seem like a duplication of what we did previously in a town meeting. So I asked town council to try and explain why we're doing something all over again that we've already done.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the previous speaker had commented on this being somewhat of a formality, and I think that summarizes it quite well. The Commonwealth is quite strict about its various grant programs, and they provide a checklist of items that you've got to show them to qualify for grants. In this case, with this particular grant, the Commonwealth has said they want to see 3 things. They want to see, number 1, a commitment in writing in a warrant article to the full project cost. They want to see the full project cost reference. Number 2, they want to see a reference to a statutory restriction on the property so that it'll be forever used for park purposes. And number 3, they want to see express authorization for the town, the select board, the Parks Commission to apply for the grant. Our initial response, first through Ms. Lockwood and then through me, to the Commonwealth was we've done those things. We can show you the warrant article where town meeting voted $184,000 appropriation, and we had a letter from the select board saying that they've committed an additional $1 million in ARPA funds. We showed them a copy of the 1913 deed to the town for this property, which says it is to forever be used for park purposes. And we showed them the charter, which gives the select board the authority to apply for grants. The response we got, not good enough. We need to see it in a single warrant article that is presented to town meeting. We pushed back again and said it was in the warrant article. Why is it appropriate for town meeting to include any reference in a warrant article to $1 million of ARPA funds when that falls within the purview of the select board? Why does town meeting need to authorize the select board to seek grant monies when it's in the charter? We didn't have any success in persuading the Commonwealth. And so we're before you asking you to reauthorize, as the terms of the motion say, reauthorize the $184,000 appropriation that town meeting already authorized with an express reference to an additional $1 million that has already been committed by the select board. We're asking you to recommit to restricting this property to parkland purposes forever, which of course you can't do anything to the contrary because it's a deed restriction that's existed for 110 years. And number three, we're asking you to authorize expressly the select board to seek grant monies, or the Parks Commission, which of course you've already done by adopting a charter that gives them that authority. So it is somewhat of a formality. It is duplicative of actions that this body has already taken on multiple occasions, but it's what the Commonwealth wants to see in order to qualify for these monies.
Bureaucrats. Go ahead, Mr. Franco.
Yeah, allow me to distill even further. You want $500,000 in free money, vote yes. If you don't, vote no.
Sign me up. All right, anybody else raising the hand needs to ask a question, needs clarification? Great, I don't see anybody. I think we're ready to vote. Article 12, 2/3 vote required. Voting is now open. Past my bedtime. All right, voting is now closed. All those in favor, let's see. Required 2/3. Passed. There you go. Moving on to Article 13, Agricultural Commission amendments. Planning Board, I believe. Here we go.
Article 13, I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 250, being the protective bylaw, also entitled zoning, as printed in a special town meeting warrant booklet.
Excellent. There's a second. Finance.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
No financial impact. Selectmen.
Select Board recommends approval.
Excellent. Who's going to talk about this? Planning Board. Go right ahead.
Again, my name is Matthew Brunner. I'm the chair of the Lunenburg Planning Board, and good news, from here on out it gets easier. I'm presenting this on behalf of the Agricultural Commission, who put this together, and the very short version is, right now we are not in compliance with state law that defines farms, and our local bylaws do not agree with state law. If it were taken to court, state law is going to win. So this is just upgrading or updating, and all it is right now in Lunenburg, to get property defined as a farm, it must be 5 or more acres. To comply with state law, this bylaw would change it to being 5 or more acres, or 2 or more acres with a gross revenue of at least $1,000 per acre. That's it.
Kathy says we're ready to vote. I wonder if anybody else has questions other than Kathy. Okay, I don't think so. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of Article 13, farms, use your clicker, say yes if you're in favor, no if you're opposed. How can you say no to a farm? Yeah. $1,000 per acre. Okay. All right, voting is closed. Requires 2/3, 97.5 to 2.41. That's more than 2/3. It passes. Article is passed. 13. Going on to 14 now. You said they'd get easier, so keep going. Mr. Alonso? No, excuse me, Mr. Franco.
Yes. I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Section 250-6.4, which is a section of the protective bylaw entitled Driveways and Entrances, subsection C entitled, quote, "Off-Street Parking Design Standards, General Parking and Loading Provisions," by deleting further subsection 5K thereof in its entirety, and by substituting therefore a new further subsection 7 as printed in the special town meeting warrant booklet.
Is there a second? Did I hear one? Second. Thank you. Finance
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
and Selectmen.
Select Board recommends approval.
Thank you. Planning Board, brief presentation. Thank you.
Yes, I want to respect your time. If you have additional questions, please ask, but I'm not going to plod through every tiny detail. Common driveways. One driveway services more than one property. Right now, in Lunenburg, one driveway may service 2 residential properties if and only if it directly splits the lot line. We have no standards in our current bylaw for how you apply to do this, how the planning board is supposed to review it, anything. And we're finding in practice, it's generating some very creative lot lines as developers try to have correct frontage and then maybe a little more frontage in another area to split the lot line. We can do better. All right, the proposed bylaw now is going to address residential and commercial. For residential, single driveway may service up to 4 lots. For commercial, up to 6 lots. All the lots have to share frontage on the same road. They have to be signed for emergency vehicles. Overall, the qualities of the driveway, the length, the number of turnouts, the width, were all checked with the fire department to make sure they be appropriate for emergency vehicles. It can't be brought into, unlike a subdivision, it can't be made a road at town meeting. So we're not going to start having to take over plowing people's long driveways. It can't be used to create frontage. Approvals by special permit, specifically so the planning board can look at it holistically and make sure it's appropriate. What are the benefits of this? We're going to have, as development increases, fewer driveways intersecting roads. So we're going to add driveways, the town's getting developed more, fewer driveways will be added intersecting roads. This allows for better driveway placement when that happens. Now, one of the things we really were careful with here, all the frontage notes and everything before, this is designed to not increase the number of buildable lots in town, nor will it increase the density of development. And that was an intentional move. We weren't looking to make it easier to make a whole bunch of stuff all packed together. We just want fewer driveways intersecting roads because that's a safety issue, it's an aesthetics issue. It's got a lot going for it. Environmental impact as well due to less impervious. I'm happy to get into more, that is it. I'm happy to get into more details if needed.
You may need something from Mr. Clark. Go right ahead, sir.
Just because I'm reading the first sentence, a common driveway is an access drive to be used for vehicular access to 2 or more primary dwellings or places of business. But does that mean they can be on the same lot? Or is it 2 unique lots?
A common driveway services multiple lots. If they're on the same lot, you can't have 2 primary dwellings on the same lot. I don't know how we count duplex in that case, but a common driveway services multiple lots by definition. So if it's on the same lot, not affected by this.
Okay. So maybe, what about a house and a business, or?
Our wording has those separated because there's different requirements for those 2 based on anticipated traffic, emergency vehicle access, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Anything else on this article, driveways? Article 14 requires 2/3. Grab your clicker. By the way, we're not going to start voting now. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Maybe I didn't want to see anybody else. Not you particularly, it's just I'm ready to vote. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question for Mr. Brenner, Michael Ray Jeffries, 1170 Mass Ave. Since I have a common driveway, and none of it is owned by me, my question is lots that are pre-existing non-conforming.
Good news, zoning is not retroactive. So if it's out there, it doesn't invalidate what you have.
I guess, to be more clear, I guess what I'm asking is, in my own case, we have a common driveway that services 3 parcels, and one of those parcels does not have a house on it. It actually services 4 parcels. I know that in here it says language about driveway will not be used to provide lot frontage, but as I currently live in a property that does not have any frontage, my question is, are the other parcels that are near me that don't have any frontage, is this going to somehow give extra permissions to build homes that currently are not allowed?
The common driveway, this new bylaw, explicitly, the common driveway that's created, or any common driveway, may not be used to create frontage for other properties.
I think I understand that. I think what I'm trying to get clarity on is, in the case where you have a current property that has a structure on it, but it's not a home. It can't be a home because the current bylaw says driveways can only serve 2 homes. So if we pass this bylaw and it's a pre-existing non-conforming lot, can that structure be replaced now with a home?
This exceeds my technical knowledge. Thankfully, we have Mr. Harris here who is contracted with the town to help us on some of this. He may be able to give us a more definite answer on that.
And introduce yourself, sir. Thank you much.
Richard Harris, I'm the interim land use director, and I'll give my opinion, but town council can opine on that. But my perspective is that this does not give any more rights to a non-conforming lot of record than already exist.
Thank you.
All right. But since you referenced town council and he's reading it very carefully, can you address Mr. Jeffrey's concern as well? If you can.
On the spot, I think maybe I can. So there's a couple of provisions in subsection 7B that I think would provide some protection from the concern that Mr. Jeffries raises. So first, it indicates that each lot that shares a common driveway must meet the minimum dimensional requirements for the zoning district. So if there were an existing lot that had a structure on it, something other than a primary dwelling, and the concern was that somehow that could be replaced utilizing a common driveway, the lot on which that structure exists would need to meet all zoning requirements associated with the dwelling. And that may be a challenge. There's also a provision here, now I've lost it, that indicated that a common driveway, every lot must have frontage on the roadway off of which the common driveway is located. And so I don't know if that's the circumstance in Mr. Jeffrey's case, but that would be another provision that would make it potentially more challenging. Even if there wasn't a provision in the zoning bylaw that indicated that you couldn't create frontage along a common driveway, the idea that you have these, what are often referred to as estate lots or back lots that could somehow become new buildable lots simply by virtue of utilizing a common driveway, they wouldn't have frontage on the main road off of which the common driveway with which the common driveway intersects. So I think there are some protections here, but it's difficult in this sort of a forum, based upon the information that I just got, to sort of know if every nuance of the given situation is addressed by this bylaw. Certainly I would agree with the planning board chair and the planning director's comments that I don't think the intent as I reviewed this was to provide any new protections to lots that otherwise wouldn't be buildable today. I think to the contrary, there are many provisions here that attempt to avoid that. But is there some circumstance that could sneak through? I would have to know the particulars.
Okay, follow up.
Yeah, so just so I'm clear, this isn't being created to address a specific problem. It's being created to minimize how many intersections there are with primary roads. And so the assumption then should be that there will become more common driveways. And so those parcels now that have 50 feet of frontage but may not be buildable for an acre in, now can be buildable with that 50 feet of frontage or whatever it is for the zone. Am I correct in my understanding?
Those parcels with 50 feet of frontage and that most land further back, the reduced frontage lots, are buildable now. This does not change that, because for the lot to exist and for that to be frontage, there has to be the sufficient width back to have a driveway regardless. What this does is two things. One, it should result, I should say, you can't predict the future, but it should result in fewer additional driveways, which is fewer curb cuts, fewer points of conflict on the road, good for safety, good for, I think, what many people would consider aesthetics. It does fix, however, another problem. And I'm not going to stand here and call out specific developments in town right now, because the developers are doing what's perfectly legal. But we're ending up with some very creative lot lines because they want, and it's important to them to have, common driveways. And that results in lot lines that you might not anticipate if you were thinking of what a housing lot might look like. And that could be, frankly, that can be hard for the homeowners as well in the future, when they're going, wait, why is there this extra little strip over here and some going off here? It reduces that impact as well.
Go ahead.
And so, just to clarify, so right now with frontage, because there are several lots that have frontage and it's a ravine, it's not accessible from the main road, even though you can get your frontage that way, that this now allows that person who has a ravine for that 50 feet to now kind of subdivide. They can go further down the road to get into the property. And so then how I'm seeing this is this can be problematic. Did you guys do a study to identify how many properties could be potentially affected by this?
We did not do a formal study. What we did have is the years of experience on the board and in discussion with Mr. Burney as well. And I think one of the things this might be a little more philosophical, but as we're looking to the future of this town, lots that previously we would have looked at and said, oh, that is not buildable. Guess what? They're getting built. People want to live here. People are allowed to develop their land. That's a thing. And as the prices go up, what previously wasn't acceptable is. So that ravine, maybe today, maybe 10 years ago, would have been viewed as non-buildable. Now, or soon, the cost of putting in some kind of doing work to fill or a bridge or whatever is becoming much more feasible with the increasing prices. So what this does is acknowledges, will some lots be easier to develop? Yes. Are we changing what's going to be developed in the town in the end? I really don't believe so, because we have provisions to prevent that. Okay?
Thank you. I'd like to move to pass. I think that this is a good start. I just want to be sure of the potential impact, so I'd like to move to pass over Article 14. No second?
No second.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Duffy. I'm at 684 Flat Hill Road. And my question is about the bullet point here saying it's designed to prevent increasing the number of buildable lots. From the discussion I'm hearing here, it seems like it's saying that there's no change to the number of buildable lots based on this. However, I'm interested in what your points are that would be assigned to this bullet, that it's designed to prevent increasing the number of buildable lots.
All right, I'm just going to go back. So this is not changing the number of lots that are going to be classified as buildable within town. Economics, again, you can slush it, you can figure, there's a lot that goes into that. But it is not changing the number of buildable lots, which is a quantifiable, discrete, defined thing. And the way we've handled that is by being clear, one, that you cannot use the driveways, I think that's it, cannot be used to create frontage for other lots, so that you can't start making lots with no frontage.
Yep, so if I could just interrupt here. You're explaining why there's no change to what is a buildable lot.
Because we're not changing
Right, but your bullet point says that it if you go back to the next slide, it says it's preventing the increasing of number of buildable lots. So no.
So, if my wording is unclear, I apologize. This is designed to not change the number of buildable lots.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
And I neglected to get the planning board's vote.
The planning board was unanimous in approval.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name's Kim Duffy. I'm at 1479 Mass Ave, and I had a couple of questions just to go over during this conversation. So I wanted to clarify, is this removing the requirement that the common driveway is on the property line that splits the two properties?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then I'm curious how that impacts the new property owners. You know, will that be beneficial for them? I want to look out at the long-term impacts of this as well.
I can give you my opinion on that, which is it absolutely is beneficial for the property owners and for the town, because it lets driveways be placed. Just because that's where the lot line is doesn't mean that's a good place to intersect the road. It doesn't mean it's a safe place for the property owners to be pulling out when 50 feet away, it might be much safer due to viewing angles, everything else. Now, this would typically be handled via an easement rather than just kind of splitting the lot line and saying, well, if we fight, half's on my property, half's on yours, we each have half a driveway, which I don't know makes a ton of sense anyway. There would need an easement, and that codifies everything in the deed and makes it clear how that would be handled.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That does kind of lead to my next question is, if you're fitting 4 properties on one common driveway, is that going to require a significant increase in easements?
I'm sorry, a significant increase in?
The easements?
Easements.
In the,
Because how do you put 4 lots that have property frontage on the same road that have one common driveway?
So there would be an increase. Would this result in more easements? Yes, in that common driveways will generally then need an easement, because if the common driveway isn't on the land I own, then whoever's land it does own that common driveway, there's going to be, and forgive me if my technical wording is not perfect, there's going to be an easement saying, hey, Matt Brenner, the owner of that back lot, can use the driveway to get to their property.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something.
That's it.
Oh, no, I was going to say I don't have a common driveway and I don't know a lot about easements, but it's just maybe something that came up in my mind that might impact other people. I'm not sure how they feel about it. So just to raise awareness, I suppose. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for hanging in. Go ahead, Mr. Jeffries.
My last comment. So I know this because it applies to me, and you can't access sewer over a common driveway. So if you're in the sewer service area, I mean, this is more people that will be hit with betterments and other things that can't actually access sewer.
So the answer to that is, but they must have frontage, and that is so they can get to the sewer. So just because, if I'm driving down my common driveway, that doesn't mean that my sewer connection has to also be on the driveway. That's one of the reasons that each property must have frontage on the same road to ensure that utilities and everything else do have their own access. Off the top of my head, I do not know how sewer easements work in town, so I couldn't tell you if that's another option that would be available one way or another. But one of the reasons for the frontage is so they could still get access to public water, public sewer, electricity, whatnot, as appropriate.
Okay, let's keep going. Mr. Franco.
Is this an accurate statement? It won't breathe buildability into more lots. It merely allows more already buildable lots to be serviced by fewer driveways.
I would agree with that statement.
Okay.
Anyone else? It's not 11 o'clock yet. Okay, I think we're ready to vote. If you're in favor of the article, you'll vote yea. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Voting is now open. It's a 2/3 majority. Guess you can't say 2/3 majority, right? It's 2/3. You're the math guy.
It says it right there.
I know, but it shouldn't say 2/3 majority. It should say 2/3. Anyways, regardless, semantics. Getting late. I run out of chocolate. Okay, I'm going to close the vote. All those in favor of Article 14 say yes. Those opposed, it passes by 2/3. We don't have to do the math. All right, down to your last two articles. Mr. Brenner, stay right there. I want you to understand, folks, that these two articles are somewhat related to each other. They're both about solar. So we're going to move Article 15. Let's see where that goes. But we're going to allow him to talk and you to talk about the articles at the same time because they are interrelated with each other because they both have to do with solar. So go right ahead, Mr. Alonso, move the question.
I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Sections 250-4.5 and 250-4.6, which are sections of the protective bylaw entitled, quote, commercial district, unquote, and, quote, office park / industrial district, unquote, respectively, by adding thereto new sections 250-4.5A sub 6 and 250-4.6A sub 4, respectively, as printed in the special town meeting warrant booklet with the following further amendment. Adding a new sentence to the end of subsection E, stating, quote, in granting the special permit, the planning board may approve a higher height where the board determines such height is needed for emergency vehicle or snow removal services for the subject site, unquote.
Is there a second? Second. Finance Committee.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Select Board.
We recommend approval.
Thank you. I want people to be aware what you moved adds that new sentence that you see.
Mm-hmm.
And that's different than for what was in the warrant. Okay? Yes, we need a planning board vote. Thank you for reminding me, Kathy.
Yes. Planning board was unanimous.
Unanimous.
So,
a lot of agreement over there. Go ahead. Tell us about the articles.
So for back-end legal reasons, we had to divide this into two warrant articles. They are both about the same thing. They work together. Approving Article 15 and then not approving Article 16 functionally is like not approving Article 15. And we can look at why. So why solar canopies? And what happened is some months ago at a meeting of the Economic Development Committee, they identified that there is federal money for businesses looking to do green projects. And this is through the Inflation Reduction Act is the current one, but there will be others in the future because the government's throwing money at green projects. Now, it came up in discussion that, oh yeah, you can upgrade your fleet to electric, you could put solar panels on your building. We talked about the idea of solar parking canopies. Solar panels over a parking lot that create covered parking and produce energy. And we realized that those aren't officially banned in Lunenburg, but they're de facto banned due to the intricacies of our solar bylaw. And what we did is we looked at it and we found a way to try to allow businesses to improve their parking, hopefully taking advantage of some of that federal money. It's going to be better for the town members who get covered parking at businesses. It's better for the businesses who can improve their bottom line by generating electricity. And it's better for anyone coming to the town who drives an electric vehicle because there is a mandate for a certain amount of electric vehicle chargers. And this is a great way for us, the business community identified a need that could be good for everybody. So this is a great way for us to really look at it and give a hand to local businesses. Now, the details. Solar parking canopies can only be made in commercial and office park industrial. Your neighbor isn't going to be doing this because you can't do it on residential land. So the big covers, the solar parking canopies, qualify as a structure, so they need to meet setbacks like any other structure. And some concerns have been raised. What about stormwater? Because that can change the flow. A business doing this has to take that into account and get the engineering done to make sure that putting those canopies on will, in the end, it will not influence stormwater. They may have to make changes, but that will still remain appropriate and not create problems. In general, the max height would be 20 feet in most circumstances, and that's that amendment that the moderator pointed out.
Adding this new sentence.
Yes.
That was not in your warrant.
And that is explicitly so that if there is a business with a unique need because they need very large snow removal vehicles, or there's an identified need for public safety, for access from fire trucks, etc., then the planning board may elect to approve a higher height. The goal is to keep it low when absolutely necessary, unless absolutely necessary. The approval is by special permit. Again, that lets the board look at it holistically. It lets any neighbors voice any concerns they might have so that this isn't being forced on people. And again, bring in electric vehicle charging stations. But why 2 articles? Article 15 establishes and regulates solar canopies as we've discussed. And again, there's a picture of just one example. If you've been to REI in Framingham, if you've been to Haywood Hospital in Gardner, those are examples of solar parking canopies. Article 16.
Keeps the snow off your car, too.
Yes. Keep the rain off your head. Article 16, we need to then, due to intricacies of our large-scale solar bylaw, we could approve Article 15 and we still can't build them because it counts as a large-scale solar installation. And there's problems with our definition of large-scale solar because our solar bylaw is 10 years old and the tech has changed. So the best approach is to then exempt solar canopies from our solar bylaw, and that's fine because we have the separate bylaw establishing them and explaining them. Yes, the planning board does want to look at our solar bylaw overall, but that is a much bigger project than this addition, and the time it takes to do that could deny a lot of our local businesses the ability to pull back some of that federal money into our community and hopefully keep them around in town showing we're business friendly.
That's it?
That's it.
We got another 6-7 minutes. Okay, Article 15 has been moved and seconded. Anybody want to discuss? Come on up, Mr. Clark. That's okay. Go right ahead.
Yeah, Article...
Give us your name again.
Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road.
All right.
This sounds like our right to farm conflict we had earlier. But on the state website, a large-scale ground-mounted photovoltaic installation is rated as 250 kilowatts or greater. It's an older thing, but we're at 10. We don't even seem to be aligned for a definition where 10 kilowatts would be a small-scale ground-mounted system. So I don't see an alignment between a commercial solar parking canopy of a megawatt and articles redefining what is really a small-scale ground-mounted system. There's not even apples and oranges, right? That's 10 kilowatts is like something you would have on the roof of a shed or something.
Okay, so let's let him address that question.
So, yep, you have called out one of the biggest issues in our solar bylaw, that we define large-scale solar as 10 kilowatt hours, and that is nothing with current tech. At the time, it was a good size. Tech's gotten better, right? Solar's technology, it improves quickly. So that is why we want to allow this, and specifically with Article 16, say, hey, solar parking canopies as defined in whatever bylaw number is created by Article 15, Solar parking canopies just don't count as large-scale solar. They're their own thing. Now,
But they are large-scale solar.
I'm sorry?
They are large-scale solar.
So, yes, they are. For the purposes of our bylaw that defines large-scale solar as 10 kilowatt hours, which is, again, small, we're saying for Lunenburg bylaws, we're not calling it large-scale solar. Now, in the future, when we revamp that, hopefully we revamp that solar bylaw for the betterment of the community, there could be a merging in. But for now, this is the best way to allow something, again, giving those property rights back to property owners, saying, hey, you really should be, it seems like you should be able to do this, it's good for everybody, and, apologies. And we're just not going to address it with the other solar bylaw. It's a separate entity. We can wrap it back in later.
Yeah, I guess it's semantics for now, for bylaws, but if we're putting bylaws on small-scale systems that were meant for large-scale, we're basically, because we're a green community, we've accepted green community, which means we have to follow Mass General Law, not what we want to do.
I am not under the impression that our solar bylaw is made defunct and that 10 kilowatt hour limit is erased by the green communities. I could stand to be
I think it is. I think a person has a right to put in a ground-mounted system because we've accepted green community and not be
That
regulated.
is not the interpretation I have received from any professional who has studied it.
Okay.
If Mr. Harris would weigh in.
All right, time out.
Anyways.
Here comes Mr. Blatt. I'm going to take him out of order because I'll bet he knows some answers, Mr. Clark. So just, thank goodness he hung around.
So Green Communities just says that we have to have a solar bylaw. Doesn't mean that it doesn't give you any restrictions on a solar bylaw, just that we have one. That's it.
Right, but I'm saying we cannot.
Both of you get at the microphone so everybody can hear it.
I'm just saying that us accepting green communities means we have to follow Mass General Law because we're taking the grants and all. So we can't write our own laws which don't meet green community.
I'm sorry, I should spread the mic, but the fact is that the green community says that we set our laws. There's no Mass General Law when it comes to solar. It's basically saying that you have to have a bylaw that allows as a right somebody to do solar or to have commercial solar or just be able to have those things in your bylaws. Right. So, but if Massachusetts law doesn't say what size the system is, and that's what Lunenburg themselves set that number.
But it says you can't regulate system sizes.
You can.
I don't think so.
Well, that's basically the way. I mean, they tell us we're compliant every year.
Within a certain size.
They tell us we're compliant every year. So okay.
Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. Lovely conversation.
Can I just one quick on this?
No. The lady behind you was in line. Then you can get in line, Mr. Blatt. That's okay.
I was planning on it. So
you were planning on it. I was looking forward to it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, Kim Duffy, 1479 Mass Ave. I had a couple of questions. So just from my perspective, other than having covered parking at companies who choose to do this and go through the federal money, federal programs, how does this benefit the town other than, from a local business perspective? Who gets the power? How is it managed? Do we, get the power back to any residents in any way?
So any benefits to the town are indirect because the businesses are theoretically paying themselves. Yes, they may get grants, but that's not a requirement of the bylaw. A business owner who owns the land could just pay out of pocket to do this. But what does happen is, to get more into it, the covered parking is a big benefit. The increased number of electric car chargers is not a benefit to everyone in town. It is a benefit to those with electric cars, and that will only increase. We have evidence that will increase as years go on because that's what's happening. It also is a benefit because solar parking canopies reduce heat island effect. Big black pavement, the sun hits it, that's a lot of heat radiating back up. And environmentally, putting those solar panels on top eliminates a lot of that and is an environmental benefit for the town as well.
Okay, no, thanks for clarifying on the additional points to how it would benefit environmentally. So I guess didn't answer my question though about who owns the power. Would it be that company who owns the solar panels?
The power would go back into the grid, however that is handled by standard agreements. I couldn't tell you that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Excellent. Haven't seen you at town meeting. I'm glad you're here. We need more people to come that I haven't recognized. I'm always glad to see you, Mr. Black. Go right ahead.
I'm sorry. Like the bylaws, I'm very excited that the planning board is finally starting to look at the solar bylaws again. We've been looking for that for years. The question here is, why is this only commercial? So if I have a home, a residential home, I don't have a south-facing roof, I don't really have a conducive lot to putting panels on the ground, and I don't have a garage, can I still do this canopy on my home? According to this bylaw, could I do the canopy on my home?
According to this bylaw, no, and that was an explicit decision to make something that would be as palatable and easy for the town to wrap their head around and just deal with as possible, because to start going, well, what's going to happen if it's on one residential property? How is that going to affect another? Again, with a comprehensive solar bylaw update, which I personally do hope the board elects to move forward with and look at, because I feel this town sorely needs it, that is something that could potentially be addressed. This bylaw does not, because it was tailored very narrowly to be as palatable as possible and create as few issues for the community as possible. I would be interested in working with you.
I'm just disappointed because it doesn't really benefit the people of this town. All it does is it does benefit businesses. You could have easily made it where it could have been a small scale allowed on a residential. That's just the unfortunate thing. It's just my comment as a thing.
But you can attend the planning board meetings and bring that up. There you go.
I'll add it to all the board meetings.
You might. You got more time. Go right ahead. And your name again?
Kim Duffy, 1479 Mass Ave. Sorry for all the questions.
Please do not be.
Don't be sorry. Keep asking.
I'm not familiar exactly with the map of commercial versus residential zoning, so I just wanted to, kind of go back to the point where you said your neighbor is not going to necessarily have this covered parking because, there might not be commercial. I know in some areas, I don't know in Lunenburg or this is Massachusetts or just New Hampshire, there are commercial properties in residential areas, so your neighbor in some areas, not saying in Lunenburg, could do this because they're zoned commercially. Do we have any of those areas in Lunenburg that the residential and commercial are kind of intermingled in a way where it really could impact your neighbor that is a home but also zoned commercially?
Do there currently exist some homes in our areas zoned commercial and or office park industrial? Yes, they do exist. Are they the exception? Yes. And this applies to, so just having a business that's been there forever and pre-existing non-conforming happens to be in a residential area, a residentially zoned area, does not mean that they can take advantage of this. This is based on the zoning. I hope that answers, it may not.
Sorry, I guess that last part was a little confusing about business.
So this affects commercial zones and office park industrial zones. So if a business, for whatever reason, happens to be located in a residential district, it cannot take advantage of this law, of this bylaw. It is only those in the appropriately zoned areas. A good example would be heading up Mass Ave from Fitchburg into town. That's all commercial through there. Paraphrasing, I'm not looking at the map in front of me, but that's where we have all those businesses, and that would be one example of an area that would be acceptable under this bylaw.
Okay, so I guess you could have a business in a residential zone that isn't commercially zoned? Yeah? Okay, sorry. I'm learning.
Yeah, no, so that, like, again, you'll hear planning board people talk a lot about pre-existing non-conforming.
Okay.
And the answer is, yeah, it was there before, paraphrasing, I am not legal. Yeah, it was there before we made the rule, and zoning doesn't look backwards, so they get to keep it as long as they're there.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean they're zoned commercial. They just happen to be a commercial
In a residential
In a
zone
residential.
area. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Good point.
I wanted to bring you a talent bank form. You're obviously very interested.
Yes, please.
Seriously, okay? I mean, everybody here that stayed until 11 o'clock has got the energy to volunteer for these things, and I really want to encourage more volunteers. Okay, are we done? Great. Article 15, please find your clickers. Voting is now open. It's a 2/3 vote in favor of the article as presented. You understand how they're connected, but first you got to go through 15. Next time I'm going to bring 100 of those pallets. I'm going to pass them out to everybody that's still here at 11 o'clock. Well, I think there are some out front if your clerk's office hasn't collected them all. Okay, I think we're ready to vote. Let's close the voting. 2/3 required. Passes Article 15. Somebody move Article 16, and as Mr. Brenner said, I can't hear you. As Mr. Brenner said, they are connected. But Ms. Emke.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Section 250-4.13, which is a section of the protective bylaw entitled, quote, Solar Energy Systems, unquote. Subsection B, entitled, quote, Definitions, unquote, by modifying the definition of, quote, large-scale ground-mounted photovoltaic installation, unquote, as printed in the special town meeting warrant booklet.
Second. There's a second. Finance.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Oh, you should look more closely. Select Board.
Select Board recommends approval.
Thank you. Planning Board, what was your vote?
Unanimous in favor.
Oh, you got a committee that all gets along. Okay. Tell us briefly why we also need to deal with this one.
If you vote no on this, everything we just did doesn't work.
20 minutes out of my life I don't get back. Go ahead. Anything else?
So please vote yes.
Please vote yes. All right. I think Kathy says you're ready to vote. Okay? Great. All those in favor of Article 16 and not wasting the last 20 minutes, vote yes. Otherwise, no. Voting is open. Here we go. I just want to say how much I appreciate all of you staying. I know it's hard. I know it's late. Very important things that need to be done. A lot of good conversation. Okay, voting is now closed. How did Article 16 do? 91.8%. Passed by 2/3. We are done with the town meeting. We don't need to move to adjourn. When the articles are all finished, we're automatically adjourned. But thank you.